Welcome everyone to night 2 of our WrestleMania watch along. It is WrestleMania 41 top to bottom that we will be watching, and we will not be showing, but we will be reacting to. Last night we had a packed schedule, 7 matches, and generally the reception has not been the warmest. The idea seeming to be that it was an okay episode of Raw until the main event. I would say that it was more than just a main event. We also had a very good Charlotte versus Tiffany match. We had a very good LA Knight versus Jacob Fatu match that I really enjoyed as well, but I think that's as far as I'd go with great matches. Outside of that, we had an okay match between Gunther and Jey Uso, an okay match between Naomi and Jade Cargill, an okay match between El Grande Americano and Rey Fenix, and then a bit of a pointless match between the New Day and the War Raiders. So it was okay. I would say not much better than it was last year, to be honest, which also had a bit of a bumpy start to the WrestleMania evening. However, we have night 2 now. Night 2 will start with a triple threat between Rhea Ripley, Io Sky and Bianca Belair, and our main event will be John Cena challenging Cody Rhodes with a hell of a lot of Rock and a hell of a lot of Seth Rollins hovering in the background. So, plenty to talk about, plenty to enjoy, and plenty to dive into. We will of course be sharing all of our predictions. We hit 6 out of 7 yesterday. Originally I did have Rey Mysterio to lose, but once the match changed to Rey Fenix, I thought Rey Fenix would win the match. How wrong I was. We'll also be doing the same goal system that we did last time as it was last night. We'll occasionally, over the course of the night, be propping up a £2 goal, just for those people who do want to donate. If you don't, that's also cool. Be sure to hit like and keep the chat rate going. It's one of the main reasons the show did so well yesterday. We've got plenty of people saying hi already. Welcome to everyone. I've been chatting along to Ishii, Joe, Cal, Sai, etc. before the show started. Let's see who we've got. Liam says, hello Tom. After yesterday I bought a Jacob Fatu shirt. I think that's a good call. I can't imagine a world in which it's a bad decision to get yourself a Jacob Fatu shirt, because let's be fair, there's Jacob Fatu and there is nothing else. Ari says that the Wyatts finally spoke. They did, and it essentially just was a prompt to remind everyone that after WrestleMania they will be returning as I previously reported. Bear with me 1 second. Just 2? Can't tell. Just 2. Ooh, right. Cal says, night 1 was slow, but picked up after the tag matches. I enjoyed night 1 far more than last year. And yeah, I think if you look at the IWC, the Twitter sphere, etc., they would tell you this is one of the worst WrestleManias I've ever seen. Much like last year, the year before, 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 etc. Wrestling Twitter, it hates everything. But if we actually look at last year's WrestleMania, and I'll read the card out, because a lot of people seemingly have forgotten, and it's not you guys per se, just to be clear, it is the good old-fashioned Twitter sphere, but let's actually look at the match results. So we started with Rhea Ripley versus Becky Lynch, good match. We then went to the tag team ladder match featuring A-Town Down Under, Awesome Truth, Finn Balor, Damian Priest, DIY, The New Day, the New Catch Republic, for both the SmackDown and Raw Tag Team Championships. I can remember the winners, that's about as far as I go. We then had Rey Mysterio and Andrade versus Santos Escobar and Dominik Mysterio. Can't really remember that. Jey Uso versus Jimmy Uso. Bad match. Jade Cargill, Bianca Belair and Naomi versus Damage Control. Can't really remember that. Sami Zayn defeating Gunther. Remember that very keenly. Very good match. And finishing with the tag match between the Bloodline, Rock and Roman Reigns on one side, and Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins on the other. How things change. A 45-minute match. Slow, plodding, dull. Not a great night 1. Night 2 featured a very good Drew McIntyre-Seth Rollins match, especially when you consider how injured Seth was at this point. We then had, largely forgotten, The Pride, Bobby Lashley, Angelo Dawkins and Montez Ford, taking on Karrion Kross, Akam and Reza of the Authors of Pain in a street fight that was refereed by Bubba Ray Dudley. There was 1 table involved. It was terrible. We had LA Knight versus AJ Styles, which apparently happened. We then had Logan Paul, Kevin Owens and Randy Orton for the United States Championship, which was okay. Bayley versus Io Sky, which was okay. And finally, fantastic match between Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns. What I'm trying to highlight there is that I think there was maybe 4 or 5 fantastic matches in that entire WrestleMania. So far, I'd argue we've already had 3 for this year's WrestleMania as well. So let's not pretend the worst thing to ever happen to wrestling was last night's WrestleMania. Liam says, I'm 100% convinced that Seth and Paul will join The Rock and Cena tonight. Seth and Paul will be a heavy focus for Raw going forward without having Cena and Rock there. Welcome, Ashley. Joey says, I really hope the wrestling quality is better tonight. All of the matches felt rushed besides the main event. Disagree on the 2 matches that I've already mentioned, the US title and the Women's Championship. Both of them felt like they had plenty of time and gave us exactly what we were looking for. The only one which I felt was short was a Naomi Jade Cargill match, which I kind of expected had to be. Liam says the 25 Slammy for WTF Moment of the Year goes to the Wyatt 6 debut, which was amazing to be fair. Jordan says, good evening, Noel. Good evening, Jordan. And Bailey says, how soon before a greedy TKO will tease a free night WrestleMania? They won't. It's a weekend. They take advantage of the weekend situation. Hi, Leon. Good to see you, mate. Robin Dave says, what's one of the reasons do you think Seth will turn on Cody to join The Rock? Cody siding with Roman. Hatred, I tell you, all the way. Eric says, I think Roxanne was the one who screwed Bailey. It's not where I go myself. Kel says, do you have any news on the Bailey situation? I think Peter Insider reported there was anger backstage and empathy from other wrestlers. There was. A lot of wrestlers are unhappy with the fact that Bailey is not on the card, but they're excited with the feud she's going to be diving into shortly. Ashley says, Tom, will you have more on WWE buying AAA on Spoiler Warning? I will have talk about it on Spoiler Warning, but it will be a reiteration of what I already reported yesterday. Plenty to drink, Ishii. As regards snacks, not really. I don't like to eat on stream. Koo says, I really enjoyed the Jade and Naomi match. I could tell Jade looked a lot better. Definitely putting in the work. I agree. Lots of changes there, all for the better, and all worth enjoying. Cal says, in the Wire 6 clip, it says we made them remember. I have a feeling we could see another purge. Roy bought a Yeet t-shirt. Cal, it's been okay. It's difficult family-wise when, there's dads. Cal, Ishii dropping chat rate. Thank you very much, guys. I know it looks a bit spammy to others, but it genuinely massively boosts the growth of the channel, so thank you. Mural says, Rhea Ripley Women's Championship wins WrestleMania 41 Las Vegas. Now Night Riptide Bianca Belair heel turn Cody Rhodes wins. Joker. Roy says, would you be happy if Karrion Kross was Randy Orton's opponent? No, and I don't think most people there would be either. Cal says, yesterday was a moment we'll look back on in 5 years and say that was the moment which fully introduced Jacob Fatu as a serious wrestler. That man is on course for massive things. Christopher Leclerc says, NXT Superstar of the Year was Roxanne Perez, and she will take that as she rides off into the sunset. And Joey says, I really enjoyed the high-paced action last night. I think this was the most offense Roman worked in years. As a face, he always wrestles at a higher tempo. Pretty common for wrestlers. As a heel, they wrestle slower. As a face, they wrestle faster. Sean is asking for an update on Rey Mysterio. I've reached out and I haven't had an update yet, so I can't guarantee anything. Liam says the New Day versus the War Raiders was not a WrestleMania-worthy match. Cal says, have you still not heard anything about an injury with Bo Dallas? A lot of journalists sticking with it. I believe he said there isn't any news of an injury, just wanted to see if it's changed. As I say, I can't confirm it. That doesn't mean it's wrong. That absolutely does not mean it's wrong. It just means I haven't personally been able to confirm it. There will be news reports that I don't have the details on, and I can't confirm, and I only report what I can myself confirm. I've never been able to confirm this. Joey says, I feel like it's a habit with Jade. She can't work long matches. Jade Cargill essentially being Goldberg is not what I expected on my bingo card. Q says, is Vikingo now signed to a WWE contract? I'm a little confused on the way that will work. No. He's not signed to a WWE contract. He's signed to a AAA contract. Good evening, Chris. Good to see you. Sean says, the guy said Drew was winning the chamber. Chris Featherstone, I believe, said Charlotte was sandbagging Tiffany. She wasn't. Welcome, Ryan. Good to see you, mate. Cal says, off topic, but it is a chill stream room over Boston United on Football Manager. Lost 8 games in a row and got sacked. Pray for Cal. Pick a better team. Robin Dave says, I like your reaction last night to where Paul Heyman turned on both Punk and Roman to join Seth like he knew he was the third man. I'm not going to say I knew. That's egotistical. I'm just going to point to the fact that I repeatedly said it. Live. And stood by it. Ryan thinks Cody wins tonight. Sai says this fool on the panel is the guy who embarrassed himself at the Trump rally, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know the guy, and I'm okay with that. Christopher Leclerc says, I think Bayley should come back as a heel. That will not be happening. And Chris has absolutely loved the Paul Heyman turn. Cal says, to be fair, I've gone back and rewatched the Wyatt 6 versus Final Testament. When Howdy takes Cross's finisher, he does land very awkwardly on his shoulder/arm. Again, I've never been able to confirm it. That has not changed. Sean says, if we say his name and he appears, could we believe he appears to face Randy Orton? No. Cal says, something tells me Tom Colohue might know things about wrestling. That's kind of my thing. I drink and I know things. Joey says, do you see Vikingo wrestling Grande Americana down the road since they teased it last night? Not really. Depends how long they want to play the story out. Juan says, hey Tom, have to love Mercedes Money trolling the IWC where she reacted to Bayley's removal of the tag team match. Also Mariah May trolling seemed to confirm your report from Friday. Yeah, they know what they're doing. They're getting some more money. Bayley says there will come a day where Paul Heyman is no longer around and will miss how much he brings to shows like this. Robin Day says Roman is too trusting after this. Maybe he might want to stop. The only people he's ever trusted are his own family, and that includes Paul Heyman. Outside of that, he hasn't trusted Jay, he hasn't trusted Jimmy, he hasn't trusted Solo. Paul Heyman's the only person he's ever trusted. At least since the days of the Shield. Cal says, is any member of the Wyatt Six backstage tonight? Most of them. Roy says, did anyone see the picture where Paul Heyman was wearing a ring with Seth Rollins' 2015 logo? Nope, haven't seen that myself. Sai says, it is him. He has interesting opinions on Puerto Rico. I'd love Damian Priest to run into him. Or Zelina Vega. Bear with 1 second. I knew there'd be more. Christopher Leclerc says, I think Bayley comes back as a face and down the road she turns heel. I think she sticks around as a face for a while and there are no plans to turn her heel at the moment. Wow, Liam, that's one of the worst things I've ever heard in my life. Hate that as a concept. Hate it. Absolutely hate it. Wish you'd never mentioned it. Cal says, have you seen Seth has been wearing similar suits and clothes to The Rock over the last few weeks? It's happening, isn't it? Cal, I cannot confirm one way or the other. Primarily because I've already been talking about it for ages. Sean says, did you see the video of Becky's reaction to Seth joining with Paul Heyman? See it? It's on TikTok, mate, on my account. There's a whole section of Becky reacting to Seth Rollins. Not only that, but it's doing really well for ye old views, sitting at currently 445,900. That's right. A video I posted on TikTok yesterday currently has 445,900 views. The target this weekend was to get from just under 900 followers to 1,000. I'm currently at 1,238. Went a little bit viral. Quite enjoyed it. Have gained 50,000 likes over the last 24 hours, and we will be, as you expect, continuing. So away we go with this one. For those not aware, when it comes to these watch parties at the moment, my intention is to enjoy the show with friends. We are not at the same level of intensity as a spoiler warning. We are fairly chill, so I will be keeping a rough eye on social media. I will be posting things on TikTok, etc., just to basically ensure that all the channels are growing. We hit a record amount of donation yesterday. I'm not going to be chasing that again. I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone who donated and supported, and everyone who continues to do so. Thank you. Cal, I love what you've said there, says to Liam, I think you're a cool guy, but that's the worst thing I've ever heard. She says, whatever Tom reports, it happens. Kieran says, you made me buy a bag of pinballs today. I hope you're happy. I am. Pinballs are great. Bailey says, does Natalia's running the Indies reopen any opportunities for her in WWE, or is this their way of keeping her happy without booking her otherwise? She's out on loan. She's there, as I've mentioned previously, primarily as a coach, and she will continue in that role. I don't have high expectations of her continued in-ring career. Cal says, didn't Becky say in an interview the other day she doesn't know when or if she'll be back? I'm guessing this was her creating hype. It certainly got a hell of a lot of lines. For those not aware, Becky Lynch is at WrestleMania. She has brought wrestling gear. That's all I can report at this point in time. I certainly can't report on an impending Becky Lynch versus Bayley feud or an impending Becky Lynch, heel run. I certainly can't report on any of those. Just that Becky Lynch is there and she has wrestling gear. To be clear, the last time I said Becky Lynch was there and she has wrestling gear, it was a day before she returned at SummerSlam to claim the championship from Bianca Belair, with 2 hits. Just throwing that out there, not making any assumptions, certainly not making any assumptions. Robin Dave says, if Cody thinks that Seth is his friend, he's going to find out real quick that Seth is a snake. Cal says, what am I going to ask when the Wyatts actually return? You're going to ask when they get a serious push. Because they're kind of not going to. Kind of not going to. Thank you everyone for the continued posting of chat rate. Welcome, Paul. That is a little thing that we do now that I'm really enjoying. Really enjoying what you're doing with this, that we've been able to make happen. Literally, there are a number of different ways that YouTube recognizes if a stream is going well. And a live stream will gain views and gain viewers based on engagement. There's a couple of different ways to measure engagement. The amount of likes, be sure you've hit like. The amount of people in a chat, at the moment that's 38. And the chat rate. The chat rate basically is measured by how many messages you get per average per minute. At the moment that's 6. And there have been higher, if I look at my stats, the peak was 13. So 13 messages over the course of 1 minute. The more you have, the more YouTube recognizes that your show is active and engaged, and the more people arrive. The more people arrive, the more people hit like, the more people boost the chat rate, etc., etc. It really is that simple. So, thank you, everyone. Thank you. Where were we? Cal says, will Roman Reigns lose the tribal chief gimmick now? Because he did say he won't be it once him and Paul are done. I do think we see a brief return between Roman and Paul Heyman before the end. Sai says, I hope Jey Uso remembers even 1 second of yesterday. Jey Uso, man likes to celebrate. Liam wants LA Knight to be Jay's first feud. And Cal says either Becky Lynch is in the tag match or she's wrestling Randy. Bailey says Becky Lynch is one of the greatest trolls of her era. Juan says, do you see Athena costing Mercedes money the Owen Cup? After their great match on Wednesday, it'll be shocking if they don't run it back. Not sure on this one, but I do think we're going to get another match because Mercedes money continues to work through everyone. Joey says, WWE is really keeping Randy's opponent under wraps since nothing has leaked yet. Plenty has leaked, Joey. I'm not sure if you've been looking where I've been looking. Plenty has leaked. Sean says, imagine if we had a swerve and Lyra has Tatum Paxley as her partner, or a returning Kairi Sane, or returning Asuka. I'm not confirming that it's going to be Becky Lynch. I'm not. I refuse. Cal says, I just want to hear the word patience. I just never want to hear the word patience with a Wyatt 6. Been patient for 4 months. Bring the family home. I mean, you saw the vignette, mate. It was there. Liam wants me to give away a door. I'm very confused by this concept. Aaron, a Ted Lasso fan. Paul says, who would you like to see from NXT get a WrestleMania moment? I want to see Jordynne Grace get her WrestleMania moment. I've been a Jordynne Grace fan since she was first in TNA. I think there are plenty enough people on the main roster who've never had a WrestleMania moment, so I'd focus on them first. Joey says, do you expect Gunther to stay in the world title scene, or will he move on to something else? I suspect we're going to see him move on at least briefly before returning to championships. They want to keep him very strong and nearly undefeated, and I do think another year without the championship will do him the world of good before he gets back to it the year after. Cal says, Travis Scott is there tonight. Is he going to have an unopened can again? Interesting. Koo says, I mean it would be perfect since Liv thinks she retired her. It would indeed. A lot of history there. One says, hey Tom, was Tiffany retaining always the plan? Or was this Triple H's response to the negativity of Charlotte not winning? Glad you called it. It was always the plan. I need you all to realise, in around October, I reported that Charlotte Flair would be challenging Tiffany Stratton for the Women's Championship at WrestleMania, and she would be losing. That was in October. It's funny when you see how much clickbait is generated on articles being written about, oh, Wrestling Observer said that it's going to be this match, and it was in February. You could have had it 4 months earlier if you had just listened. Robin Dave says this Seth heel run with Paul Heyman will be legendary. The other Mike says, do wrestlers really get mad about being left off PLE cards, or is it just fan projection? Bit of both. They get a little bit jealous, but it's usually not to any real detriment. Bailey says, has there been any serious speculation about where WrestleMania goes after New Orleans in 2026? Yes, WWE are trying to nail that down as we speak. Ashton says, any chance of Wyatts tonight, mate? No. I think there might be a vignette, but I don't see a moment at which we're going to see the Wyatts out there. Joey says, do you know if Miro is backstage tonight? He is. He was yesterday. He is today. Let's just say there's a few dots, a few I's to dot and a few T's to cross. Or there were. So it says, Big E didn't want to drop a name for Valkyria's partner, but he did speculate it might be another Irish lass who's been gone for a while and was seen at the Hall of Fame with her husband, Seth Rollins. I wonder who that might be. Cal says, Tiffany and Charlotte looked phenomenal yesterday. Incredible match. Just got to say, Charlotte is the best woman ever for a reason. Thank you, Juan says, Tom is the GOAT when it comes to reporting ahead of time. The chosen one. And Cal says, Tom reported on the post section yesterday that both Rusev and Lana will be in attendance for Mania tonight. I did indeed. Thank you very much, Cal, for reminding us of that. I am using the post section a little more now to report news and just to share things that are out there. You will see more from me there, as in fact you'll see more from me on TikTok, as mentioned previously. Sean says, isn't it funny how Bianca was so desperate to find out who attacked Jade? She finds out and buggers off to Raw like nothing happened. To be fair, she did have a championship match to worry about. She's very, very distracted. There's lots of talk of a Bianca Belair heel turn. I can see it. And I do think there'll be a moment where we get Rhea Ripley and Jade Cargill versus Bianca Belair and Naomi. I think that moment can still come. Joey says, do you know if Lana has signed a full-time contract or was it a Legends deal? To my knowledge, Lana has not signed any deal with the WWE with a full-time or a Legends deal. I'm not aware of any contract in place for Lana. I'm going to disappear off screen for just 1 second, guys. I want to grab a wire from over there. What I tend to do, the reason I've got a headphone in, I'm watching on a PS5, which means my headphones are plugged into the controller. The controller's starting to run out of charge. So I'm just going to plug it in to make sure the charge is still going, because if it runs out, I lose audio and I don't know what's happening. So bear with me. I promise you I'm still here. I'll keep talking so you don't get lost. And look, I'm back. I didn't go anywhere for long. It's all fine. Everybody's okay. Everybody's okay. My pad's not going to run out of power. Isn't that great news? Oh, thank you, Cal. Thank you. Someone, not me, put in a lot of hard work for this wall. I will pass on the message that you very much like it. Cal says, could we see women part of the Rock's corporate group? Would be cool for Bianca, in my opinion. I think I've been very clear about who I think might be a woman in the Rock's group. So it says, next heel move for Seth should be to drop the bloody music. Liam says, Tom turned into John Cena. We could hear him but not see him. It was my little tribute. Can I just point out, a lot of matches were won with moonsaults yesterday. Jacob Fatu won with a moonsault. Tiffany Stratton won with a moonsault. More moonsaults than you'd expect. Just a lot happening at once. Jacob Fatu, by the way, did thank LA Knight for the match and for the gold. Bailey says, when will Michael Cole get WWE Hall of Fame consideration? There's been 41 WrestleManias and he's announced 28 of them. Well, when it comes to Michael Cole, WWE waiting for any indication that he's looking to wrap up. The point at which he is ready to wrap up will be when they start considering him for the Hall of Fame. It says, I've got a hot dog and Doritos, spicy sweet chili and Dr. Pepper drink when I watch WrestleMania. We're only half an hour away, guys. Only half an hour away. I like it, Chris. Sean says, I don't remember who reported it, but remember that report that Gunther versus CM Punk was going to happen? Yeah, so originally, I believe that was Viper reports aligned with PW Nexus, but let's... because I've got more on that. So, what we have, as we've had so many times, I'm going to go on to Cage Side Seats. And Cage Side Seats has their rumour roundup and the like, which basically covers everything that's going on in the wrestling world, every report that's been made over the last, 6 months ago, detailing exactly what people covered what and what we were expected to believe. So I'm going to find that so that we can read through it, because there is reference to it there. Yep, there is reference to it there. Someone, who I'm not going to name at this point in time, who we will be talking about in just a moment, reported exactly what you've just asked, and I want to say who it was. I want to mention the name. So let's have a look. This is a rumour look back from October 13th to October 19th. We had Ibu of Wrestling Purists. He was wrong about the debut of Bobby Lashley in AEW. He then claimed it was delayed to allow it to stand out because AEW felt they had enough big angles at WrestleDream and didn't want it to be lost in the shuffle. That was never proven. Never proven, but that's what he said. This was also where they had all the drama with Jimmy Jacobs. Ibu, he was talking a lot. He was talking a lot. What else have we got? Where is it? Here we go. Speaking of AJ Lee's husband, October 17th, Ibu said on WrestlePurist's Raw preview show that CM Punk will be facing Gunther for the WWE World Heavyweight title at Survivor Series. Which, of course, as we know, did not happen. We've also got WrestleVotes saying to Bill Apter about Brock Lesnar returning to WWE. When asked about this, WrestleVotes replied, I'll give you a short answer, yes. So, Ibu got that one wrong. WrestleVotes got that one wrong. There's a reason we do the wrestling receipt now, guys. Hopefully you enjoy it. Hopefully you do. But that was one of the people there, Sean. We have 40 people watching and 17 likes. 3 more get us to 20. Let's hit those thumbs ups if we can. Carl, I wouldn't call myself a painter. Once again, it was not me that painted this wall, and I will be passing on the message that it's a popular choice. But yeah, I think I do pretty well. Sean says, who would induct Michael Cole? This is a difficult one. It might actually be Triple H himself. I wouldn't say I'll let it grow, CS. I would say this is what it is at the minute because I haven't properly trimmed it yet. Sid says, will Jacob Fatu be turning babyface anytime soon? Not anytime soon, no. Joey says, a PWN group reminds me of Zero News. They all claim to be insiders while hiding behind avatars and fake names. Sai says, one side effect of a Mania this late in April. It was daylight until the main event. Shame because the set is incredible. I honestly didn't really notice it, but I do feel that WrestleMania feeling, a huge part of that comes with an arena after sunset. Very different. Didn't realise things got that bad for you, Liam. Happy to hear that you're at least coming out of it. Moxie says, yesterday's ending was beautiful, the greatest triple threat match of all time. I would not go that far. And Joey says, didn't that account Cody Rhodes report something recently too? Their Evolution 2.0 was going to be announced a couple of weeks ago. It wasn't. For those who haven't watched it, I have a video called The Wrestling Receipt. It's a playlist you might enjoy because it covers all the false reporting in wrestling media. As I'm looking and hosting this Cage Side Seats Wrestling Rumour Look Back, there is something I want to point out. They've examined up to date 9,583 rumours and reports. And of those 9,583, only 5,579 have been proven accurate. Meaning the cage side seats, who literally only report from outlets that they believe to be perfectly reliable, the record is 58.2%. Meaning that even the trusted sources, more than 40% of what they report is incorrect. When you factor in all of the accounts that are constantly reporting with no news, it means well over half of everything you read is a lie. A lie. The next wrestling we see, a lot of the focus will be on WrestleMania, for obvious reasons. It'll be the end of this month. I hope you guys are looking forward to it. But I will be pointing out that little tidbit. More than 40% of the trusted sources are wrong. It feels like a big number. So it says one other thing from the pre-show. They were testing the crowd out and they were heavily pro Cena over Cody. I'm not surprised by that. The fans did have to sort of be turned on that one. Cody Rhodes might, if he doesn't get a good enough reaction, take his ball and go home. But this also might be the perfect time for him to lose a championship to protect him from having to do so. John says, I was surprised Hank and Tank beat Fraxium. I figured it would have been Darkstay. And Robin Day says, how long do you think the main event will be, plus the special entrances? Quite long. I reckon it'll be more than half an hour, but it'll be the only one. Gal's got pizza in the oven. Liam says, is Cena winning tonight, Tom? Based on what's happened with Seth, I can't imagine any other result. John says, I mentioned you to a Becky fan, Tom, about the reports you've done about Becky. The person blocked me. I later found out they follow Kermit. There you go. When it comes to Becky Lynch, I have the most accurate record. There's a number of other wrestlers like that. Mercedes Money. My reporting has always been accurate on Mercedes Money. Some people, they just don't want to hear it. Sid says, WrestleMania 30, Daniel Bryan, Batista, Randy Orton, best triple threat match of all time. Eric says, happy Dom IC title day. Oh, do not tease me with a good time, Eric. Chris says, Randy is facing the true tribal chief, Tonga Loa. Well, it depends. Does Tonga Loa have himself a... what do I call it? Does Tonga Loa have a tank to drive down to the ring? Shouldn't say so. Thomas says, hi Tom, what match are you looking forward to the most? For me, it's the Fatal 4-Way. I'm really excited for the opening triple threat. I think the Fatal 4-Way is going to be brilliant as well. In fact, the card, pretty much top to bottom for night 2, pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. I'm pretty happy with what we're expecting and what we're seeing. So tell you what, let's run through it now. I want to do my predictions at some point soon anyway, but let's run through it now. We have, for the Women's World Championship, Io Sky, Bianca Belair, and Rhea Ripley. We then have Bron Breakker defending the Intercontinental Championship against Penta, Finn Bálor, and Dominik Mysterio. We have AJ Styles versus Logan Paul. We have Damian Priest versus Drew McIntyre. Now, I expect this one is a bit of a difficult position, because this is the one where I expect this might be the one that isn't the most exciting. Thankfully, because it not being that exciting, they've made it a Sin City street fight. So let's get hardcore. Let's bleed, you know? Let's be crazy. We then have Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez versus Lyra, Valkyria, and somebody. We have Randy Orton versus somebody. And we finish with Cody Rhodes versus John Cena. I think this might be the best night of WrestleMania we've ever seen, because there are no lulls. There are no matches that I don't expect to be, at the very least, fun. Cal says, it's sad seeing journalists push this Drew not wanting Priest still. Yeah, people seem to really, really hate reporting accurate information on Drew McIntyre. I've had to rumour kill on Drew McIntyre more than anything else. If you recall, I was the only one at Elimination Chamber saying, hey, that report about Drew McIntyre, completely wrong. I remember the day after Fightful Select reporting, yeah, Drew McIntyre was never going to win. After he'd already not won. Like, come on, guys. I just outright said it because it was true. She says, Fightful blocked me, Sean Ross Sapp, when I called him fake. I would advise you to block him as well. My advice in general, if you get blocked by him, block him back, because otherwise he'll unblock you, attack you in the DMs, and then if you respond, pretend to be a victim. Does it a million times. One says, Wade Keller is also a reporter who's gotten stuff wrong too, aka that $1.2 billion guarantee TV deal for AEW, just to name a few. Almost everyone, in fact, no, everyone has at some point gotten something wrong. Everyone. There are unfortunately a couple of people who've gotten something wrong, and because of their good record, it's been pounced on as something evidence that they're completely unreliable. It's a ridiculous world we live in. Ridiculous. Yes, Sean, thank you. As regards Alexa Bliss, I feel pretty good about my record there as well. Chris says, with Cena wanting to destroy wrestling, The Rock needed an architect to rebuild it. Ooh, where are we? Crush says Drew wins for the street fight. John says a very decent card there overall. Crush says they're putting Rusev's return on before the main event. That's a pretty big indication. Usually bigger matches are on before the main event too. Joey says, I feel like Drew and Damian is going to be an underrated match. Damian was great in his last street fight. Chris says, Tom, I was coping hard and in denial about Drew. I wanted him to win. Joey says, I remember you reported that Drew re-signed months before SRS or anyone else reported it. Yeah. And I want to say thank you to everyone who helps me get the word out there. Everyone who speaks truth to power. Everyone who makes a point of saying, hey, Tom Colohue had it first. That keeps the channel growing. I very much appreciate all of you for making it clear to everyone that they're not going to get away with pretending otherwise. But it is, of course, why I get blocked so much. You stand up for people who are honest. They don't like that. Liam says, I think Drew wins early, 1 Claymore, 1, 2, 3, and wins easy. I definitely don't see that one happening. Eric says, it looks like you were right about Becky returning. Then she said she was probably returning to help Lyra. Do you have a source on that, Eric? Do you have a source on that? Shared everything I've got. Cal says, I'm still waiting on Rock to enter the 2024 Royal Rumble. AJ Lee and Drew McIntyre winning the chamber. Thank God we have a show on YouTube called Spoiler Warning, debunking such lies. Also, over the last few days, of course, we've been debunking the lies that were happening around Tiffany Stratton and Charlotte Flair. Juan says, once Dave Meltzer started saying, yeah, Mariah May going to WWE and blah, 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 Tom Colohue to the rescue with the rumour kill. Cal says, Tom was reporting from WrestleMania last year that Drew was to re-sign with the WWE. Yep. I was also reporting, I think it was December, that Damian Priest would be cashing in the opening match of Night 2 to become the World Heavyweight Champion. Robin Dave says there's going to be a lot of Cody fans that's going to go off on Twitter like they always when he loses to John Cena. Can you play some Seth Rollins? Eric says, I'm trying to be Randy's mystery opponent. Joe says, what are your thoughts ahead of Cody and Cena tonight? Who do you think is going to win? Said it before, I can't see any, I really genuinely just can't see past John Cena now that Seth Rollins is Seth Rollins. Chris says, Tom, who do you think will be taking the World Heavyweight Championship off of Jey Uso? I'm predicting either Drew McIntyre or Seth Rollins. I would imagine it'll be someone who's currently a little lower down the card. The World Heavyweight Championship has become the workhorse title. Crush, I've reported on Mariah May multiple times over the week or so. You need to pop into some spoiler warnings, mate. It's all that. Sid, what I will say, anyone can block anyone on social media. It is their prerogative. As I say, one of the reasons I've never been harassed by Sean Ross Sapp myself is because I blocked him a long, long time ago. And then he pretended that it hadn't happened, so he could go through the motion of, I'm blocking this guy and so should you. Man's a liar. Cal says, was there any issue with Gunter because he tapped very, very fast? Nope, that was the plan. The road agents were very clear that they want Gunter to be a consistent character. Him and submission moves don't really work out. They really don't. So far we have 172 views on this show. We've peaked at 40 viewers so far. We have 42 I should say. Stand corrected. We've had 24 likes so far. Keep those thumbs ups coming. And let's get to some predictions, shall we? We have 20 minutes left until WrestleMania Night 2 starts proper. Welcome, Ross. Let's get to some predictions. This is another way in which I'm going to very openly and overtly challenge you to increase the chat rate. I'm going to ask you for a prediction for every one of these matches, and I want you to tell me what your prediction is for every one of these matches in a separate message when I say it. Because if, let's say, 10 of you give me a prediction, chat rate boosts to 10, we find more people. Those more people also hit like, also share predictions, also boost chat rate, and away we go. We start with Io Sky, the Women's World Champion, defending in a triple threat against both Bianca Belair and Rhea Ripley. My prediction for this one, and I'd love to hear yours, is Io Sky. I do expect we're going to get a Bianca Belair heel turn relatively soon. I think Bianca versus Rhea will continue. And I do think Io Sky will move on to very different things going forwards. There's a number of other heels. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Roxanne, for example, challenging Io Sky, not necessarily winning, but challenging and showing what she can do in the near future. Meanwhile, I do expect Bianca Belair and Naomi to reunite in a tag match, which would also then feature the opponents of Rhea Ripley and Jade Cargill. That would be an incredibly strong tag team and incredibly fun to watch. So what are your predictions for Io Sky versus Bianca Belair versus Rhea Ripley? And thank you, Joe, for just throwing in more chat rate. Appreciate it. Cal says, I think we could see Gunter genuine a Rampage tomorrow. I would enjoy it. Chris says, what's next for Gunter? Hope that we see Gunter go on a dominant arc that sees an evolution to his character. Not sure, but I do think he'll get back on that horse relatively soon. When you fall off a horse, you get back up and you eat that horse. Them's the rules. Nick drops some chat rate. Bailey says Io Sky wins. Crush has Io Sky. Thomas Phipps has Bianca. Aaron has Io. Chris has Io. Marcel has Io. Ross, Juan, Rob and Dave all have Io. Cal's got Rhea Ripley. Chris says Bianca Belair will turn heel and that'll lead to Rhea versus Bianca at WrestleMania 42. Leon has Io. And thank you everyone for continuing to boost that chat rate. Juan says we must take Tom's words with his prediction. Io Sky. It is. Lots of Io Sky in the chat. Nick has Io Sky and Rhea gets pinned. And Chris Leclerc says Bianca Belair wins. So it's overwhelmingly Io, but it's not exclusively Io. Interesting. Welcome, Everton. Good to see you, mate. Just like that, chat rate goes up to 13. Be sure to hit like, because we've just got an influx of likes. We're one away from 30. Crush's SummerSlam prediction is Bianca beating Io for the Women's World Championship. Next up, then, we have our fatal four-way for the Intercontinental Championship. We have the champion Bron Breakker defending against the relatively new signing Penta and Finn Bálor from Judgment Day and Dominik Mysterio from Judgment Day. I think this is going to be a hell of a match. I think it's going to be high-flying. It's going to be dominant offense. And I think Dominik Mysterio is going to be speared so hard that you're literally going to see his soul leave his body. I also think Dominik Mysterio is going to leave with the Intercontinental Championship. I have him pinning Finn Bálor. I don't know if maybe that might be too much for a few people to consider, but I think tonight is the beginning of the end for Judgment Day and the beginning of a face turn for Finn Bálor to sort of balance out some of the heel turns we've seen recently, including the Seth Rollins one. I have Bron Breakker losing the championship without being pinned, Finn Bálor being pinned by Dominik Mysterio, leading to a feud over the championship between Dominik and Finn, where Liv Morgan gets heavily involved, and Finn Balor, before we know it, is a good guy again. So, for the Intercontinental Championship, we have Bron Breakker versus Penta versus Finn Balor versus Dominik Mysterio. Who do you see leaving with the Intercontinental Championship? Oh. Ishii says, just seen on X, the tag match will co-main event. Does that mean Becky is returning? I cannot, at this point, confirm one way or the other as regards Becky Lynch beyond saying that she is there at WrestleMania and that she has wrestling gear. That is all, at this point, that I can confirm. One says, Tom, who does EO pin though? Not sure. Could be either of them, to be honest. Also, Ishii, while you're bringing stuff from X, what's the source? When you say you've seen it on X, who from? Let's see how reliable this information is. Chris has Dirty Dom picking up the win. Leon is agreeing with me. Dom by pinning Finn. Robin Day says Dom wins. Thomas says, think we should rate attires to help boost chat rate, and predicts Dirty Dom as well. Thomas, we have done that historically, and I'm more than happy to continue it. More than happy. That was the only actual engagement we got during the Hall of Fame, because you can't really talk over the speeches. So we couldn't really talk amongst ourselves anymore. We'll definitely look at the attires, because let's be fair, it was Seth Rollins who had the best attire yesterday. And I did talk about the attire of Tiffany Stratton and Charlotte Flair. They looked like they were matching. It was very confusing to me. Juan has Dominik Mysterio. Ryan Powell has Penta for the win. Ross has Dominik. Chris says Dirty Dom will pick up the scraps and win the Intercontinental Championship. This will lead to a Finn Balor turn then soon. Cal says Dirty Dom wins, pinning Finn after Finn does his finisher on Penta. Marcel has Penta. Christopher Leclerc has Penta as well. Bailey says Dom with a win. Liv arrives for the close-up. Chris says Bron Breakker could be a contender for Jey Uso. I do think he will be, though I don't necessarily think he's going to win that championship. It would be a very good way to sort of reintroduce Bron Breakker as he heads up the card. Cal says, I wonder why Dom and Cross had their meetings. What was the reason? Hope they explore that. What can I say? Karrion Kross likes to stick his nose in. Juan says, rather Dominik pin Penta. After all, Rey Fenix ate a pin in his debut. I had a baffling prediction there, Everton. Would not happen. Oh, is she? That's not a report then. That's not a report you can source. A random person saying it. There's no evidence then that it's true. No evidence at all. Because speculation could be a guess. Could be a lie. Ryan thinks Penta wins. Ross says, what's your thoughts on Bayley being removed, Tom? A lot of people are upset by the fact that Bayley was removed in this way. Green shirt guy's getting a heroic introduction. I don't like that. I don't like that. But yes, where was I? A lot of people are upset at the fact that Bayley was essentially dropped after a number of changes to the card. She was originally going to be facing Roxanne Perez. It was originally going to be Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez against Nikki Cross and Alexa Bliss. A number of changes, and the availability of a mystery partner has changed it, and Bayley is the one who has suffered because of it. What I will say, people are very excited for the feud that is coming in Bayley's near future. Chris says, we need a Finn Balor face turn. It's been 3 years. Paul says, if you could make a WrestleMania 41 match, what match would you make? There's already plenty enough, but probably that TLC match that they're having on SmackDown soon. That should have been at WrestleMania. Really should have. Joe has Bron Breakker. Sai says, Dom pins Finn, I'm guessing. Ross says, Bron to challenge Cena for the world title. Wouldn't hate it. Would not hate it. Chris says, Cross is a damn gem. I absolutely love the guy. Aaron says, I'd love if Dom wins and pins Finn. Is she... You're saying stuff again. What's your source? What's your source? Cal says, who do you see the Wyatts and Alexa going after? I don't. Not yet. Let's get him back first. Chris says, I hope WWE are aware of the backlash following the TLC being on SmackDown and not Mania. They are. As I mentioned a couple of times, the wrestlers in question are not happy with it. The Street Profits aren't happy with it. We also have Motor City Machine Guns who are vocally not happy with it. they're going to have a chip on their shoulder. They're going to have a point to prove, and they're going to prove it. Bailey says, for all their bravado, has Dave Meltzer or Sean Ross Sapp ever actually covered WrestleMania in person? Probably. They're probably there right now. They'll get comped media tickets. WWE will have paid for all their meals, all their drinks. They'll be getting treated like royalty right now. I've been to some of these events myself, but I'm not allowed anymore because Sean Ross Sapp said so. Basically. Ryan says, who do you think will be facing Randy tonight? I still think it's going to be Rusev, personally. Ross says, I want Dom to out-heat Cena tonight. Patrick says, I'll never understand why Triple H shows New Day versus War Raiders over the TLC. I'm with you. Joey says, I wonder if we'll be getting the one-on-one with match with Bailey and Becky since it was supposed to happen at Mania 39. Thank you, Jess. Welcome to the show. Joey says, the New Day heel turn has completely fallen off. The booking has sucked for them. And Jess is pointing out there are 42 viewers and only 31 likes. If you're able to, please do remember to hit that thumbs up. More predictions because we're running out of time before WrestleMania goes live. AJ Styles will take on Logan Paul. AJ Styles versus Logan Paul in a singles match. I have AJ Styles for this one. Beyond the usual, this should be fun. This should be intense. This should be athletic. It should be responsible for a lot of viral moments. And then at the end of it, we'll all leave quite satisfied knowing that the result does not matter at all. I have AJ Styles winning this one. Who do you have between AJ Styles and Logan Paul? I am loving that we've created a proper trend with chat rate. I appreciate you guys. Chris has AJ Styles. Everton says Logan Paul, unfortunately. Thomas says AJ. Joey says, I think AJ wins. He needs to win more. Erin says, oh, please, AJ Styles. Kicker has AJ. Jess has AJ as well. Says, what random YouTuber that we've never heard of is getting involved this time? I think it might be Machine Gun Kelly again, to be honest. Juan says AJ Styles. Chris says, I want AJ Styles to win, but it wouldn't surprise me if Logan Paul wins. AJ would make a great first option for Jey Uso's first World Championship contender. Ross says, depends on the contract. If he signed AJ, if not Logan. That does play into my thinking as well. Marcel says, I always pick the person who's against Logan Paul. Carl says, Logan wins, which continues cross-attacking AJ Styles. And Bailey says, probably AJ's last Mania win. Paul says, Styles wins. Next up, we have the Sin City Street Fight. Damian Priest versus Drew McIntyre. I want Damian Priest to win this one. I simply don't believe it, though. I'm pretty confident what we're going to see is Drew McIntyre standing tall as he enters his giving back era without much in the way of giving back. I have Drew McIntyre winning the Sin City Street Fight. Let me know in the chat who you think is going to be winning that one. Joe also believed it would be AJ Styles. Chris says, who would get booed more if Logan Paul versus Dirty Dom? Both of them. The fans would shit on the entire thing, and rightly so. Marcel thinks it's going to be Drew. Everton says Drew. Juan says Drew. Cal says Drew wins. Ross bucks the trend and says Priest for me. Jordan says Drew. Joey says Drew. Joe says Drew. We are overwhelmingly heading in the direction of a Drew McIntyre win here. Erin says, Drew has had a few losses in a row. He should get a win. Joey says, do you know if WWE's been happy across his work recently? Yes, thrilled. Thomas has Drew. Bailey says, Drew wins, but no rules. Matches like this could be underwhelming. Jess says, Priest. Also, they should kiss at the end. I'm not going to say no. Bruce says Drew, and Chris says Damian Priest. So it's heavily in favour of Drew, but not overwhelmingly so. Ross says, being a Scot, I want Drew to win. Drew McIntyre. What can I say? He's definitely Scottish, and he's definitely kind of special. Next up, we have the Tag Team Championship match. Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez versus Lyra, Valkyria, and a mystery opponent. Now, I'm going to make a prediction, not a spoiler. Not a spoiler. It's not a spoiler. A prediction. And I want your prediction as well. That the mystery partner will be Becky Lynch. Becky Lynch will beat the hell out of Lyra Valkyria, as she already has out of Bayley, resulting in a win for Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez. Becky will then claim the Women's Intercontinental Championship from Lyra Valkyria, wrestle in a feud at SummerSlam with Bayley for that championship, and then as we get closer to Survivor Series, her true opponent to transition that championship away will reveal themselves. I do think it won't be until next year's WrestleMania that Becky loses it. But that's my thinking. Becky Lynch and Lyra Valkyria will immediately implode, leaving Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez to leave with the gold. What are your predictions for the Tag Team Championship match? Free says, will you see LA Knight finally winning the WWE title? Having a good time with it, he does have promo skills. He does have promo skills. He's got some decent in-ring skills, as has been showing recently. Unfortunately, I do believe there's not as much love for him in the WWE as there once was. And he's a little bit of a downward spiral at the moment in the position of the card. For the tag team match, Cal says, I think Liv and Raquel win. Everton agrees with me. Chris says, Liv and Raquel with Becky Lynch heel turn. Ross also has Liv and Raquel. Jess says, whatever you said sounds good to me. Patrick says, I would love a heel Becky. Marcel says, Liv and Raquel. So overwhelmingly in agreement with me here. Bailey says, Becky beats down Lyra after the match. An injured Becky makes a save. An injured Bailey makes a save, only to have Becky put Bailey in the disarmer. Joe says, Liv and Raquel for me. Cal says, were the reports from people about Nikki coming back permanently completely false? That being Nikki Bella? Yes. There was never an intention, as I stated at the time, there was never an intention for Nikki Bella to return full-time. She had an opportunity at the Royal Rumble to prove to the WWE that she belonged there. They weren't happy with what they saw. Jordan says, like that booking, Tom, almost sounds like you know what you're on about. Juan says, I'm going to go with Becky and Liv winning. Then Becky beats the hell out of Lyra, a.k.a. Moxley, beats Rollins after the win, a.k.a. Moxley. Oh, gotcha. She says, do you think Alexa and Nikki will take those titles from them? No idea. Paul says, I think Eva Marie will be the mystery tag team partner, and you could hear how much that hurt me. Cal says, keep the belts off the Wyatts. In my opinion, they don't need them. I agree. The belts just confuse the concept. It means they have to work as champions instead of working as the Wyatt Six. Erin says, Liv and Raquel retain, but I think the NXT girls of Gigi and Tatum have a solid chance in their match of getting the tag titles on Tuesday. 2 matches left for predictions. We have Randy Orton against a mystery opponent in an open challenge. I have this person being Rusev, returning, possibly driving a tank, because why not? It's Rusev. And I also believe, given that Rusev and Randy Orton have feuded multiple times in the past, I think Randy Orton's going to lose this. I have Rusev picking up the win. I don't know who Ava Max is. Let's see if she can sing. She can indeed sing. So what's your prediction for Randy Orton's opponent and who is going to pick up the win? I'm going to take this opportunity to turn off the pre-show, because we now need to switch over from YouTube to Netflix. Netflix, of course, is showing all of WrestleMania, and I've got to say, quality was perfect. There was briefly darkness, but the quality is perfect. I'm certainly enjoying it. And if there's another night live, then I want to watch another night live. Event starts in a minute. Lots of switching around, more than I was expecting. Where are we with the chat, guys? Who has who? I will get to that free as regards the main event. That is definitely coming just as soon as I've caught up with the chat. Cal says, how does it benefit the Wyatts? They aren't there for belts. They want to take down the establishment, those who have wronged people. Juan says, back in 2018, when Moxley and Rollins won the tag team titles, then Moxley beat down Rollins. That's what I was referring to. Everton says, Orton wins unless they do the unthinkable and... Right, you mean Zack Ryder. Marcel thinks the opponent will be Aleister Black. Everton says Rusev. Bailey says, how about El Grande Americano? A quick match for a cheap pop. Juan has a returning Rusev for the win. Chris suggests Matt Cardona, but he will lose. Moxley says, I think Aleister Black returns and beats Randy. Ishii has spoken at length about the Wyatt Six. Cal says, I think Rusev wins. Dom says, what's up, Tom and chat? Back again. Don't forget to hit that like button, or we have 5 words for you. Holla if you hear me. Holla if you hear me. Welcome, Dom. Thank you again for yesterday. Christopher Leclerc says, opponent Rusev and winner Randy Orton. So you have a big return and a loss. Erin says a Rusev win would be a really great start. Ross says, I think Randy's putting over whoever it is. I wouldn't have revealed Black's return date on SmackDown just to increase uncertainty of who. We're an hour into our show. WrestleMania is official. Ishii says, let's go. It's WrestleMania time. And Cal's already hating the song. We're having an immediate view of Cody Rhodes' boss. We all know how important it is to look at Cody Rhodes' boss. Now, as I've mentioned, what we will be doing over the course of the show, in addition to streaming the full damn thing, I'm going to be keeping a rough eye on social media, reacting on what's going on, and of course, working with TikTok as we continue to grow there. So let's have a look at how TikTok is going. Hey, Penta. In the time I've been live, I've gained 14 more followers, which I absolutely cannot complain about. We're now up from just under 900 to 1,251. Moxie says, on SmackDown during Zelina Vega's match, there was a short video. It seemed like an Aleister Black type video. There was a lot of snakes in the video. It was indeed Aleister Black. Everton says, the Penta walk is class. And Nick says, I can see Logan winning. Didn't you say that AJ and Logan get along backstage? Something about both being conspiracy theorists. If that's the case, I can see him putting Logan over. That is exactly correct. That is exactly the situation. Those two really like each other. Do we know why? No. Not a clue. Seems a horrible concept, doesn't it? We're getting essentially all of the introductions now. Everyone's rough involvement as we go. We know these are going to be our opening matches. It will be the triple threat, followed by, it seems, the fatal four-way. What we don't have yet is what the impact will be of the Seth Rollins turn. That's going to be telling. We have one final prediction to discuss. That is as regards the main event. John Cena will be challenging Cody Rhodes for the WWE Championship. The Rock is on site. The Rock is not in Miami. I am confident we will see Seth Rollins one more time. So this, night 2, has some serious potential. With Seth Rollins changing allegiances the way that he did last night, I simply do not believe for a second that Cody Rhodes is leaving WrestleMania with that championship. I simply cannot see it. So who thinks what for our main event? Cal expects Bianca to get boos. Jess thinks it'll be Cena. Chris says, will we see The Rock tonight? As I say, he is there. Nick says, Drew to win against Priest, but I prefer Priest to win. I don't think Drew loses much from taking a loss. Everyone knows he's a badass. Erin says John Cena will win. Moxie says early predictions for War Game, Team Roman versus Team Rock, but The Rock won't wrestle. The last 3 years have had people expecting that exact match. Juan says Cena wins. Everton says The Rock, rock bottom Cena, and wins because that's something he would do. Bailey says 110% Cena. Marcel says I want Cody to win, but I think Cena wins. And Cal says John Cena wins, breaks a record. Last year the good guy won. This year the bad guys win. She says apparently Fightful thinks Rusev won't be Randy's opponent. Did you get that from Fightful or did you get that from someone on X who claims to have got it from Fightful? Ross says, Cena, unfortunately I don't want 17, but the story makes sense for him to take it. Chris says, John Cena wins after Cody's Shield plants that chair in his back. Ryan, I don't have news on the match order. Oh, Ishii, I didn't know you paid for the file. You paid for the paywall. Sorry to hear it. Nick says, Liv and Raquel to retain. I think you're correct about a Becky turn. Would be weird for her and Seth to be on opposite sides. We had Triple H opening the show yesterday. Today we have Stephanie. Moxie spoiling things again. How dare you? How dare you? Just like last year. Ishii, if you don't pay for it, then you don't know if Fightful have reported it. Crush is stating that it's PW Insider who is reporting that there will be the women's tag title match co-main eventing. No such thing as a co-main event, but let him cook. Cal says, is Donald Trump there? No. Okay, Ishii, so your source is Ringside News. Always awkward. I'm just going to make a quick change of attire because it's getting a little warm and I don't want to sit here and sweat the entire time. Nick has Randy winning, hoping it's not Rusev. We already had Phoenix lose this early in his debut run. And Cal says we don't want to ever see Donald Trump again. And I ain't going to argue. I'm not going to argue with you there. You go over there. So we have ourselves some more pyro. I missed if Stephanie said anything important, but you guys will let me know, I'm sure. We're going to be live for another 4 hours, guys. And you know what I'm going to need? Cherry Coke. I'm going to need some Cherry Coke. Gotcha, Kat. I didn't think it was going to be important, but you never can tell, can you? She's got a podcast now, you know. Kevin, welcome. Says a lot of people were disappointed about SmackDown Women's Championship match. My question is, what people expect? Great to good match. Somebody returns from ACL, MCL, not the same talent. I thought it was a great match. Really did. What can I say, Jordan? I like the old stuff. Bailey says, Stephanie said WWE's family except for, well, we all know. No, but for her it still is. Interesting one. Don't know where you're going for with that. Io Sky, the champion, making her entrance first. Yeah, Joey, I think he might have. He lost his V card. I think Io Sky is unfortunately one of those whose entrance would have been better in the dark. They are not showing her WrestleMania record because it's bad. It's bad. Not someone I originally expected to be in the match. We did seem to be heading towards a one-on-one. I've got some chocolate in case of emergency, Juan, but as I've said, I don't really like eating on stream. Did indeed, Jess. Well done on the graphic, but Michael Cole can't help himself. A lot of people in WWE have really bad WrestleMania records. WWE very much picked their favourites for the greatest show on earth. I'm also a little disappointed in Io's entrance. I think they could have done more. Kevin, it delivered in the sense of being an NXT main event. Was exactly what I'd expect. I hope so, Cal. I've mentioned it before. Gunther having an Achilles heel of just he can't win at WrestleMania, that's good storytelling for me. I'd be behind that. I'd have fun with it. Nick says, I think Cena wins. I prefer Cody to win, then Cena has to spend the year trying to get 17. Alas, Cody's won the last 2 physical exchanges, so Wrestling Logic says he loses. Wrestling Logic's about a 50-50 there. A lot of people really don't follow it seriously, or seriously enough to recognise that actually it's a red herring just as often. Dire Iron Brew Ross. That's a Scottish in you. Just means he's got an Achilles heel crush. And someone is going quiet for a bit. So, Cal says, I don't know if you agree, but NXT 2016-2020 was better than both Raw and SmackDown. I have no idea. I didn't really watch it. Yes, we did, Nick. By all means, drop your preferences in it. Not the warmest reception for Bianca Belair. Moxie says, Seth got the best of Roman and Punk 2 weeks in a row and still won. My expectation is that by the end of the match, Bianca Belair will have convinced them. Okay, that was pretty cute. That was pretty cute. Yes, Nick, the champ is supposed to come out last, but it comes down to who has the special entrances. Bianca's always had something you could call a special entrance. I don't know if I would call it a special entrance. Just that, you know, arguably you could. Okay. Are we now at the point where she's getting to the ring? We're definitely a little further behind than I would like. We have Rhea Ripley left to come. As I'm sure you'll recognise, her entrance will be the big one. Logically, given that she's coming in last, it's going to be a real hot entrance. Cal says, will Rhea have a live performance again? We are about to find out. No, Eric, that's not true at all. Chris is excited for the Sasha Banks name drop. Nick says, now that you mention it, Seth won the physical exchanges and then won the match with shenanigans. Yep. They actually work it out on a spreadsheet. It's quite funny seeing it. Joey says, the Japanese wrestler ever won at Mania? Yeah. I'll have to look it up. Kevin says, New Day versus War Raiders. Why need to be WrestleMania over SmackDown TLC tag team match this Friday? One says, are we going to see Bianca use the hair whiplash like a Mercedes money? She does tend to bust it out at WrestleMania. Not sure how it'll work with the triple threat element, but I still like it as a concept. Nick says the juice ad is going longer than Io's entrance. There's a reason for that. They need to do setup. They need to clear the... Okay. Damn. Damn. What am I trying to say here? Damn. Yep, that's it. Yep. I think I've expressed myself as well as I'm going to be able to. Cal says, I saw a joke saying Michael Cole finally got revenge on Bayley after all these years. Also says Vegas likes Rhea and that mask is incredible. That is the top woman in wrestling. I'm not saying top woman in WWE. I'm not saying top woman apart from Charlotte and Becky. I'm saying that is the top woman in wrestling. I mean, he was supposed to be, Nick. Blue just says, praying for EO. One says, I just Googled Joey's question and no, Japanese person hasn't won at WrestleMania. Combined 0 and 5. Oof. Well, Juan, at least we're able to answer those questions. Rocking that trivia. Bailey says, Rhea Ripley is a generational talent. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm really not. Crush, she's not just yours. She's all of our mommy. And she is strutting. Kevin says, people saying Becky's going to take Bailey's spot. You forgot another person, Roxanne Perez. He says, what do you mean the well-known Japanese sumo wrestler Yokozuna won the world title at Mania? And also lost it to Hulk Hogan. Don't really want to talk about it beyond that. Cal says, I wonder how long this match will go for. It'll be less than 20 minutes, I'd imagine about 16 to 18. Nick says, would love to see Rhea versus Toni Storm. Check out NXT UK. There's quite a series of matches between the two of them there. I've seen them live, in fact, in Blackpool, when Rhea Ripley first won the championship. True, Blue. The circle is now complete. Slightly different layout, though. There's a heel turn coming. That response to Bianca Belair, there is a heel turn coming. Okay, don't just pan to Rhea like that. Recognize the damage you've just done to people. Okay. First mention of damage control for a while, I'll tell you that. Okay, what next? Tell you what next. Good old-fashioned championship match. This could be a lot of fun. The triple threat yesterday was definitely the highlight of it. I can't imagine a world in which this is not amazing fun. These three women have incredible chemistry. At least in a one-to-one capacity. I do think this is going to end up similar to the Gunter Drew McIntyre Sheamus fight, which was the highlight of a WrestleMania past. Bailey says, well, I missed Samantha Irvin. Alicia Taylor's doing an absolutely great job this weekend. Eric says, Bianca's braid looks extra long tonight. Already the action is starting. Definitely going to be a lot of whips. A powerbomb transfer there. So I think the ref looks like CGI. Told you, Jamie Lannister, same thing. Cal says damage control is still a thing. It is, and they will be getting back to it soon. Don't do that. Don't go all Randy Orton on me. Not with those eyes. It's not fair. Thomas's rating gear says EO's gear is solid 7 out of 10. Bianca's gear in 8 out of 10. Personally, I'd put EO slightly above. I think Bianca does get additional credit for making her own gear. It is very unique to her. Whereas I think Rhea Ripley, all her gear has been kind of the same for a long time now, so I wouldn't necessarily rate that very highly. Ross says, I enjoyed that Blackpool show. Did Aleister Black wrestle as Tommy End that night from memory? No, that was a different night. That was the launch of NXT UK. I'm talking about the first takeover from NXT UK. Same place. Cal thinks no Alexa is just wrong. Then it's been quite a few wrong manias. Nick says, I hope EO puts a trash can on her head. If I didn't know her history, I'd have serious questions about that. But I do know her history, and she loves a trash can on the head. For the gear, Crush says, EO 8 out of 10, Bianca 10. Rhea game is same old, but she's looking... Oh, God. Sai says, there's a really funny Irish stream where the guys compare ring gear to sweet rappers, and they're always spot on. They're hilarious. Okay. I don't think I know enough sweet rappers. I think EO's giving fruit salad. What's that? What on earth just happened? I think Rhea and Bianca are oversetting. They took a move. I don't know how they took that move. It seemed to defy all physics. Then they got up and sat back to back. And then they're not moving like actual human beings. Cal says Bianca with a solid steel hair. Kevin says, do you think it's time for WrestleMania to go back to one night? No. 4 hours a night, 2 nights. I'm there for it. I think this is pretty much perfect for a pay-per-view. Nearly took out the entire camera crew. Pat McAfee in the background, just enjoying his life. Amazing moonsault, perfect positioning from Rhea for the catch. And we now have a one-on-one match. Bailey says the roster is just too large for a one-night Mania these days. I agree. There's a lot of big names missing from the card. I mean, Bailey's the obvious one now. Crush, I am expecting we will eventually have a 2-night Royal Rumble. WWE, what can I say? They see money. Okay, we've rotated. Rhea on the outside, so now we're in a one-on-one between EO and Bianca. Ross says, we're already debating a match not being on the card, so both nights are needed. Yeah. If it was one night, we'd probably still have a 5-6 hour show, but we'd be missing a lot of matches. Admittedly, we wouldn't have the tag match, but I feel we'd also not have LA Knight versus Jacob Fatu, for example. And that feels like a WrestleMania match. Cal says, I think we'll get 2-night Money in the Bank and SummerSlam one day too. SummerSlam's already confirmed and will be happening. John says, great pace to this match, which very much indeed. Rhea Ripley now taking Bianca to the outside. EO's about to do something. I'd imagine EO's about to get seriously hurt, and then we have a Bianca Belair and Rhea Ripley one-on-one. Bit too high, EO. Wait, what are you doing now? Oh, okay. Fair enough. Nick Khan in the front row just like, yeah, killer, sure, fine. One less paycheck, I suppose. Nick says they're moving like stunt performers. Spot, pretend to be busy. Spot. They are. It's the only downside so far how obvious they're moving from spot to spot. The action's still good, the tempo's still good, the athleticism is still on point. They're pulling out a few things we don't see a lot of. Oh, that's... Oh, that was good camera work. I don't think the moving like stunt performers thing, we also need to look at the camera work for that. Good camera work can hide that. EOS guy just literally just got bodied into someone. That was hilarious. Chris says 2-night Rumbles are meh. We haven't had any yet, so we'll see how that goes. Ron says, do you see AEW going 2 nights for a pay-per-view too? I don't see any connection. Ross says, Jacob Fatu is threatening Dom for my new favourite these days. Chris says, Nick Khan showed an emotion when I saw that. No, he didn't. And Moxie says, I wonder how wrestlers remember every single spot in a match. They don't. The referee has an earpiece to remind them what their next spot is. Not enough respect goes to referees. Yeah, the referee has an earpiece. The commentary team has a list of major spots, which they can communicate if need be, which is why sometimes the ref will move to the outside. And yeah, individual performers know roughly what they're supposed to be doing. Carl says, I can't believe how good Jacob Fatu is. Bailey says, a funny story from Twitter. Someone told their Uber driver they were going to a Mania party. Driver asked, don't you know it's fake? The user replied, so I gave him just 1 star. I'd imagine that's true. Sure. Chris says, referee job is a lot harder than you think. Yeah. As a guy who was a ref when he was in year 5 and 6, not easy. You get chokeslammed a lot more than you expect. Interesting sell by EO there. Oh, God. I gave you a timeout, Ryan, and you're just a weird little shit, aren't you? Blue says, not in the WWE, but some wrestlers call it on the fly. Most matches on Raw and SmackDown are called on the fly. Most Raw and SmackDown matches. The main event usually not, but most of them. For WrestleMania, there's a lot more production, for true of most PLEs. But when it comes to Raw and SmackDown, most of those matches are called on the fly. One says, in case Io Sky doesn't retain, would you be okay with Bianca winning? I don't really have a choice in this. I don't have control over the situation. Whoever wins, wins. I'm always going to be okay with it because I'm a fan of wrestling, not a fan of one individual. It's not even a case of trusting the process. It's a case of I am a viewer and I choose to view. Some lovely big kicks happening. Io Sky is really popping the crowd. This is a very physical match. Just incredibly aggressive on all sides. No worries, Blue. Nick says, don't they just have a plan for the finish on weekly TV and they just freestyle until the ref tells them to wrap it up? Yeah, pretty much. They know what the finish is meant to be. They know who's supposed to be winning it. That's all. Their job is to put something together. That wasn't a shooting star. That was a 450. Well done, Michael Cole. Thank you, Wade Barrett. Oh, opportunity for Rhea. This won't be it. It was a sexy pin, but it wasn't sexy enough. Chris says, I want Io to win, but I'm not going to cry if Bianca or Rhea win. No, it's only wrestling. Oh, it's only wrestling. I am Cal. Very true. Very true. Blue says, Tom, did you notice they said Bianca is not undefeated at Mania? They counted a pre-show battle royal she lost. Yeah, it was a big thing in Becky's history. Ross says everyone wants to steal the show, and so they should. If you don't want to steal the show, why are you there? Genuine question. If you're okay being mid-card and boring, why are you wasting your time at WrestleMania? Oh, amazing from Io Sky. That rotation was perfect. Oh, okay. This is not slowing down. Oh, Io. That sell was amazing. Moxley, I would take 0 spear. I'm not a guy who takes wrestling moves, and I stand by that. Bailey says, do we see Rhea having a breakdown of velocity, giving hints of this? No, I think she's going to be very angry at Bianca Belair. Rhea just cannot pin Io down. I feel like they're playing rock, paper, scissors right now. Io going for the moonsault. Oh. On to Rhea? Are we seeing a kick out? We're seeing a Rhea Ripley. This is going to be a really good night at WrestleMania, isn't it? You know, sometimes you can just feel it. You can just feel it. this is actually going to be WrestleMania. WrestleMania's finally arrived. Yesterday was just sort of, it was a pre-show. It was a go-home show. Now it's WrestleMania. They're trying to be better than Roman, Seth, and CM Punk. Okay, Io Sky seems to have rolled out of the ring. We're now starting to see some genuine issue. Some genuine aggression between Bianca Belair and Rhea Ripley. This is what comes next. Bianca versus Rhea for a bit more long term. It's one of the reasons I think Io's winning this. These two women are going to get very distracted by each other. It's all power moves. Is she? I just don't. Just don't. Pete says, what a match already. Cal says, wow, this match is incredible. Oh, that's got to hurt. Juan says, Rhea throwing a fit would be like the learning tree, destroying things while saying I'm disappointed. Bianca Belair was suddenly a great opportunity. Blue says, already feels more like Mania than night one. Cal says, the crowd is up for it more than yesterday. Chris is saying, two of the greatest triple threats in history. Bianca Belair escapes. Oh, there it is. And Rhea jumped into it. That's a genuine reaction. Rhea is not okay. KOD. I'd imagine Io's on the top of the... Yep. That'll be it. That'll be it. Bianca Belair is pinned. Rhea Ripley and Bianca Belair got distracted with each other. Io Sky takes advantage of the situation and moonsault off the top after the KOD, pins Bianca Belair for a 1, a 2 and a 3. And that right there is how you open WrestleMania. That is how it's done. Whew. Dom says, don't know how long I'm going to be here tonight because of work in the AM, but these women are starting it off right. Cal says they're teasing the Bianca heel turn. Bailey says the first match is literally now the second best place on the card. That's not new. That's always been the case. Everton says, do you think we'll see a physical altercation between The Rock and Roman tonight? Well, we'd need The Rock to be involved first and foremost. Chris says, I wanted to see Seth miss the Phoenix Splash and roll into a GTS. That's a story. Okay. Cal says, Bianca's attire is so cool, but the roses, I think they are falling off. Unfortunately, her attire rarely survives. Moxie says Bianca versus Rhea at SummerSlam and many times before. Blue says a couple of boos for Rhea. Only one not getting booed is Io. Good thing she picked up the win. Nick says I've noticed since Io lost the title last year, there's a lot of her fancy moves that she doesn't quite nail. I totally understand they're tough to pull off, but she didn't have that issue before. It's just a case of wrestling against different opponents of different sizes. There's a lot of different things to calculate. Sai says this match is a real statement of intent from all three. Should have main evented last night. It was in contention. Cal says what a match. Crush says yay. Sai gives the match a 9 out of 10. Kieran gives an 8 out of 10. Bailey says that's a banger. Blue says first Japanese person to win at Mania. One says Tom calls it. Jordan says 9 out of 10. Fantastic opener. Nick saying Rhea got folded in that finish. Dom says 8 and the streak of Bianca is broken. Ishii also says Tom called it. Jess says great showing from all ladies. Crush gives it a 10 out of 10. Pete gives it an 8 out of 10. Joey says what a banger. Solid 9. Entertainment Welcome gives it a 9.5. Bailey says I have to give it a 10. Full tilt from start to finish. Moxie says SummerSlam could potentially be Roman versus Seth. Cody versus Rock, Cena versus Punk, Rhea versus Bianca, Naomi versus Tiffany, Charlotte versus Jade. Most of those matches will not be happening at SummerSlam. Everton, what's with that rating, man? Explain yourself. Eric says 10, incredible match. Blue gives it an 8.5. One gives it a 9. Ross gives it a 9. Moxie says it's the first ever 2-night SummerSlam. They want to go big. They do, but a lot of those matches will not be happening at this year's SummerSlam. Moxie gives it an 8. Cal gives it a 10. Blue says EO leaving Mania as champ did not feel on the cards in December. Great to see. And Cal says best match either night in my opinion, which I think raises a very fair question. Firstly, I'm giving that match a 9. Absolutely loved it. Could have had more. Didn't love some of the camera work. No problems at all from the talent in question. There were just a few camera work issues I didn't love, as mentioned previously. So when you compare the triple threat matches, there was certainly a lot more drama in the finish from the main event of night 1. So literally the last match we saw beforehand. But I think from a sheer wrestling standpoint, that match was better. Wow, Flavor Flav's getting old. He's getting real old. Dalishvili, UFC Bantamweight Champion. Do we call him Short King? Rich the Kid. Is Rich the Kid the guy or the kid? Is he the guy or the kid? I don't understand. There's too much happening. I'm lost. Nick says Rhea should have taken the pin. Bianca could have maintained her streak and she barely got hit by the moonsault. Rhea actually got nailed. 8 out of 10 though. I don't think we need to protect streaks in that way anymore. I think people can have good records without necessarily being undefeated at things. Carl says, love the story of Rhea and Bianca forgetting EO. Marcel gives it a 9 as well. Aaron says 9 out of 10, best match so far. Bailey says there were no rest holds in this match. They don't really do those anymore unless you're Randy Orton. Nick says, I love that the finishers weren't just constantly kicked out of. Joey says, this feels like it's leading to a Bianca turn based on the crowd reaction. Crowd reaction is not the best thing to go by, but I still expect that to be correct. Everton says, Drew and Priest next. Chris says, weird to me how people are so protective. Bianca on a streak, it's feeling incredibly forced. I wouldn't say incredibly forced. I think on all sides we can afford to calm down and just enjoy what we're seeing, really. Cal says, there's a street fight next. WrestleMania is telling me so, yes. Makes sense to me because I do think, unfortunately, this could be a lull. If they get this right, and there's damage and there's carnage and there's big spots and there's blood, this would continue that momentum towards a great night of WrestleMania. If they get this wrong, it's going to derail what's been a solid start. A solid start. Cal says if Priest wins, Drew will have a great cry on Friday. So speaking of streaks, Tom, I still think Undertaker should only have one loss at WrestleMania, the one to Roman Reigns. I don't personally believe that there's much heat in this feud. I don't know if it's just the things didn't really connect as they should at the Rumble. I also want to put some blame onto wrestling media, firstly claiming that Drew McIntyre didn't want the match when he did. Secondly, claiming Drew McIntyre would be facing Cody Rhodes and working for The Rock when he was never planned to. I think we do have to put some blame onto wrestling media for muddying this water. This was always the plan. It was an exciting prospect. I was eager. I think it could have been good, but there's been too many distractions on the outside. There's been too much eye patch. There's been too much Logan Paul and LA Knight involvement. There's just been too much going on here. And it just feels like it's not personal enough. Give me a solid fight, I'll change my mind. Also, just in general, give me a solid fight. I'm here for it. Joey says, I hope they have a proper street fight and beat the hell out of each other. Moxie says, Drew and Priest, they're almost guaranteed to have a good match. Drew doesn't miss. I'd say that's debatable. Ron says, Meltzer and SRS, the enemy ruin almost any match that could have an ounce of momentum. I wouldn't go that far, personally. You guys know I have my issues with those, but I wouldn't say they ruin everything. I wouldn't say they help a lot. I definitely would say they've done damage before. And it doesn't really help the situation, but, you know, we are where we are. I gotta say, though, these hype packages are getting real long. Real long. Just unnecessarily constant. Just give us a bit of blood and I'll be happy. Just a little bit of blood and I'll be happy. Drew McIntyre makes his first entrance. There seems to be something on the ramp. Is it a sword in the stone? Something like that? It is indeed. Oh, no, it's a shield. Not as in the shield. I don't entirely know what I'm looking at, but it's something. Oh, that's going to be a game tie-in, isn't it? That looks like a gas mask up top. What are you wearing? When did he turn into Skeletor? I'm not going to pretend this is the best entrance he's ever had. He's had better. I'm not going to say it's the worst either. He's had worse. What is happening here? This must be a reference to something. And I feel like I should know it. Nick says, I think Damian's promos have been weak in the build. He's a babyface, but he's talking about Drew becoming his victim. Drew's a heel, but he's funny and charismatic. He comes across as a babyface. Moxie says they should have built this feud up from after Survivor Series instead of giving us Bounty Hunter Drew when he was after the Bloodline. I don't think it could have lasted that long. I think it struggled to last 10 weeks. Blue says, years with poor build will make people yearn for one-night manias, but I'm happy so many wrestlers get to live the dream. I don't think it's going to make people yearn for one-night manias. I think people remember the 7-night shows, and a 7-hour show, I should say. Nobody wants to go back there. Nobody. Nobody. Joey wants blood. Thank you, guys. I did recognise the helmet. Kieran says Doom Guy helmet. Blue says Doom Dark Ages. Dark Ages. I recognise the helmet reference to the gas mask. I wasn't certain of what it was, but I appreciate the reminder. Cal says the entrance is sick. Kieran says new Doom game out next month. Drew McIntyre just got caught on the ropes and couldn't get in the ring. The camera had to pan away because he couldn't get in the ring. I think he's broken it. It's just funny. One says, hope we get blood, not just overboard, Moxley blood or spikes to the back. To be fair, Drew McIntyre goes overboard himself. Man likes to bleed. So does Cody. Blue says, hope he's getting a little extra money for being a part of this. Yeah, as a general rule, when it comes to the sponsorships, certain wrestlers will receive money on behalf of it. Of course, Drew McIntyre at current is working with The Rock on some outside business ventures. So Drew McIntyre is making a lot of money right now. One says, could it be referenced to Aleister Black? No. So it says, Drew's face says he knows he looks completely insane. Yeah, he's taking his time removing everything. Doom Slayer? No, he's Doom Guy. Doom Guy. Moxie says they should have slow cooked it and teased it. again, it struggled to last 10 weeks. If it was going all the way from Survivor Series 6 months, that ain't going to happen. Bailey says, haven't yet seen the over-the-top entrance this year, when Seth Rollins followed the Mama's Band in Philadelphia and CM Punk's reaction. Nick says, Drew looks annoyed about having to wear that outfit. I'm annoyed that Drew had to wear that outfit. Damian Priest is indeed being played down to the ring. Bit of a Balrog going on. The audio is not brilliant, but what WrestleMania band has ever been brilliant? Kieran says, I don't think he likes the costume. Also says, Rock was in the Doom movie, funnily enough, as I say. Drew McIntyre now has some outside business ventures with The Rock and is making a lot of money from it. People are excited for the arrival of Slayer. Aaron says, I don't love the sponsored entrances as much, to be honest. This one, especially the Clash of Clans ones. Yeah, that was terrible. Chris says, the last person to be sung out to the ring by Slayer, Edge, part of the Judgment Day family. Hello, Martin. Good to see you, mate. Fair point, Nick, actually. Damian Priest seems to have a lovely white cape. Okay, so he's not necessarily being played out by Slayer. He's being played out by the guitarist. Whose guitar has clearly been turned down considerably. Martin, why the hell are you apologising? You go take care of business, mate. That's it. You go take care of business. First match was great. Second match has potential. Damian Priest has been made to look like a star. I support it. Martin, mate, what did I just say to you? You go take care of business. You go look after your own. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for it. You've got bigger fish to fry than me right now. Okay, mate? Okay? You've got stuff to sort. You look after your family. Thank you for the generosity. Go and look after your family. Nick says the backing track still has a guitar in it, so it is literally pointless. Yeah. Probably they just recognise that bands don't usually work out too well. Thomas says Drew's gear 7 out of 10. I'd have given it much lower. I did not like it. It's a 6 at best. Chris says Damian Priest is underrated. We're going to find out. There's only so much bisexual Undertaker I can really absorb. And both of the men in the ring are currently rocking that persona. It's not so much, men want to be him, women want to be with him, as men and women want to fuck him. Can't really say otherwise. I think Kerry King just hurt his finger on camera. That was awkward. Oh, fair Nick, actually. That's actually a very good point. Bisexual Triple H. Before long, he'll be coming out as trisexual something. They'll just find a third one. Tempo's hot from the start. Like it. Like it. I think I just want the weapons nice and fast. Again, we're starting with a decent tempo. You guys know I care about tempo. It's important to me. They're already working their way back up the ramp. We're going to have a suplex here. Drew McIntyre, not an infamous suplexer. Yeah, that's what we're going for. No messing around. We're going straight for damage. But not control. Just pure damage. Okay, so far, I'm invested. We've got steps coming out now. There's no messing around. This is just... Do you remember the matches between McIntyre and Sheamus? I'm sure you do. They were great. They were great. Knowing that, you know, they were great, if they can just follow that blueprint, I think they're onto a serious winner. All you need to do. Focus on that. You'll be sorted. Cal's talking to Martin. Nick says, Cole called it a steel ramp. Is quite clearly a screen, so not steel. Some people just really like the word steel. We have tables already. You want to show someone as a face? You put a table in their hands. Aaron says, black and gold and black and silver gear, very nice. I'm not a lover of Damian Priest's gear in general, just the overall style of it, but I do respect that he's putting some extra effort with this one. I like what's going on in the fives, for example. I'm going to have to give them both the 7. I think McIntyre has low options with his gear. There's not much he can really do with it. Are we doing steps again? We're doing steps again. Eric, I'd imagine we're going to get toolbox out again. Drew McIntyre seems to love getting bust open by those. Kevin Knight, who's pretty much already better than Night One. Cal says, Damian being 42 and not in his 20s shocks me every time. That guy looks incredible. He's been around. It's the main reason why I don't actually see too many championships in his future. I think he might actually have peaked. Just because, unfortunately, he's a little later in his career. Who's that? Was that McIntyre's brother? Of course. Drew, mate, you can't keep doing this. You cannot keep doing this. It's not a heel move. I love everything he does sometimes. McIntyre looking for a new weapon. Chairs? Why not? Oh. No, you don't do that. No, not like that. Drew, no, wrong. You did hurting people wrong. Okay, but now the heel has tables. And, okay, this is just going to be fun, isn't it? Okay, so I'm willing to bet Priest is going to do a dive over the top rope and go through both of those tables at some point. Oh, Drew, don't do that to the camera. You'll get it pregnant. Eric says, can you imagine if Priest has come into the WWE in his 20s or early 30s? He wouldn't be as refined. You get where you get when you get it. Carl says, I'd love to see Priest and Rhea as a team again one day. I think that moment will come. There's just not much... There's not much call for mixed tag teams at the moment. He says, old school, no rules, just need a barbed wire, baseball bat and tacks. Don't be tempting anyone with tacks. Oh, lovely, Drew. Absolutely amazing. I keep forgetting that Drew can do that. He is not wrestling as a heel. He's not even slightly wrestling as a heel. Bailey says, a number of WWE male wrestlers are 40 plus, trying to peak while they still can. LA Knight's 43, AJ Styles will be 48 in June. Erin popped so hard at the social media post. Carl wants tags. Chris says Damian's got several years left, doesn't wrestle particularly dangerous. He should be good. I agree with that, but that doesn't mean that they're going to give him a lot of championships. I still maintain he's probably peaked. I don't think Drew was necessarily meant to hit the Claymore. I think he's reacted to the fact that the chair didn't quite do the damage he was thinking. He's tried to react quickly and he's told Priest, you're going to have to kick out of it. Ross says, where did Priest wrestle before NXT? Pretty much everywhere. Man's got a lot of experience. He's worked all the promotions, I think. Thomas says, Damian's gear 6 out of 10, bit boring. I don't disagree. Carl says, that spot was so nice. And Nick says, that reaction is exactly why I love Drew. I'm really not sure what they're going for right now. Why would you hold the chair? Michael Cole with the call a flat-out straight choke slam. So I'm not bisexual, Undertaker. You're undermining your argument. Yeah, the chair did... Yeah, it was a glancing blow. McIntyre did the right thing going for the Claymore. Cal says, did Drew have an injured arm last year? He had an arm pad for some time. Yep. Drew gets banged up, man. He takes some beatings and he just keeps going, and he needs to take some breaks as well. There's a balancing act to consider. Okay, so far so good. Chairs back in play. We've got tables on the outside. We've got steps in the ring. I'm liking how this is going. I'm also respecting that they're not trying to get there particularly quickly. Let's not talk about peeing blood. No. Just, no. I don't want to hear that. I never want to hear that. Always love a good spine buster. Okay, doing well. Cal pointing out Drew really likes the tables today. Very true. Bailey, yet the young ones are coming, though what I will point out, 26 and not even on the main roster yet. Needs to get there. Nick says, in case anyone didn't see, I predicted a razor's edge over the ropes above. I'm interested in what happens. I mean, it's not over the ropes, but you're certainly not wrong. No chance. McIntyre kicking out. This is good. This is solid. Very safe delivery as well. McIntyre protecting his head just in case, but very safe delivery. I don't see it crush. That's not really how call-ups happen anymore. Under Triple H, if you're called up, you start at the bottom. Under Vince, he'd basically come in over everyone else, but not so much. Cal says this match is really good too. Priest is already topless. I feel like that's a statement of intent. McIntyre seems to be bleeding. Yeah, his back's a bit cut up by the table. Oh, right to the eyes. There we go. He's wrestling heel again. Yeah, He's got a few little cuts, hasn't he? Future shock on the steps. You know what's not going to help your bleeding back? That. I don't mind what Priest did that. His eyes were open, but he wasn't looking at the ref until very late on. He was clever with that one. McIntyre's hair still seems to be hiding the major cut on his back. He's in a lot of pain. No, that's genuine. He's in a lot of pain. I'm also pretty sure there's a piece of table embedded in one of his breasts. Cal says, Drew bleeding back. Also Drew, future shock on steps. Well, as I said, this man gets beat up heavily, and then he just keeps going. Just, Drew, have a nap every now and then. Naps are great. Unnecessary. Okay, we're getting a bit personal now. Chris says McIntyre's going to have serious back issues. He already has serious back issues. Missed out on a King of the Ring win because of injuries like it. Also got to say, Priest is delivering here. The intention with this match is to put Priest on the same level as Drew McIntyre. Not so much on a pedestal, but like Drew McIntyre is a main eventer. He's a multiple-time world champion. All you got to do is get Damian to roughly that level, and you've got to imagine he's going to be available when they are looking for people to challenge. They're looking for Priest versus Cena. You've got Priest, you might as well, etc. Creates opportunities for people. Ross says, typical Scott. Jess says, Rhea and Priest got tattoos yesterday and are doing all this now. Insane people. There it is. Also protected his head. I think well done to both of them for masking that was what the spot was going to be. I don't think anyone actually expected it, even though the tables were out there. They did well, they're masking. Very well. McIntyre can't take advantage because he's still a bit hurt. Priest has got pieces of wood in his hair. In his hair. You know what doesn't look fun? That. I'm not a scientist, Crush. I'm the wrong person to ask. Eric says, can you see Cody going on a long vacation in a while if he loses? No. Depends what you mean by a long vacation, but no. McIntyre looking to do some serious damage. I'd imagine this is going to be a Claymore. Yes, it is. I'd be giving him the win now. I'd be giving him the win, calling it there. And that's exactly what happens. A move like that, you don't get up from. I don't care. You don't get up from that. That was solid. That was really fun. Few tables, few steps. Didn't vary too far away from the ring. But I think both of them looked amazing there. Both had great moments and great opportunities and showed what they can do. Drew McIntyre is genuinely really hurt. He just covered in pain. That's not a win, mate. That's not what... Damian Priest is not much better. They are both seriously hurt. McIntyre pulling the ref over to celebrate. The ref was checking on a genuinely hurt Damian Priest. Yeah, that got intense, and I say that as a compliment. Bailey says, when do you see WWE and AEW relenting and hiring talent as full employees? I don't. Ross says, that looked a sore one. Cal just says, wow. No, Jess, it was pieces of wood. It was definitely pieces of wood. Cal says, what a match. Pete gives an 8 out of 10. Jess just saying night 2. Kutch gives it an 8 out of 10 as well. Kieran an 8. Dom gives it an 8.5. Cal says, Drew's back will be sore in the morning. Sai says, 8 out of 10. This is a great start to night 2. Ross saying the ref just checking they're okay. Cal gives it an 8. barely a 7. Jordan gives it an 8, says night 2 so far has been quality. Ross gives it an 8 as well. I agree completely. I think the first match, what is going on with Damian? First match was a 9. That didn't quite match up because of the tempo, but that's primarily because there was one less wrestler in it. However, the action, the weaponry, the fact that they were willing to put their bodies on the line like that, that's an 8 out of 10. This is a great start. McIntyre is selling very well. I think those two might be friends after this. I genuinely think on Monday Night Raw, well, probably SmackDown actually, they're just going to shake hands and say, guys, well played. Now we get the ad for Doom. Of course we do. Of course we do. Nick says, great match, just a little short. Remember you said they'll have 30 minutes for every match or segment, but I wish it was more or longer wrestling and segments and less ads and video packages. WrestleMania is a commercial. Said it before, we'll happily say it again. WrestleMania has only ever been a commercial. It's never about the wrestling. Hasn't ever been about the wrestling. It's never going to be about the wrestling. It's just a commercial to try and convince people to watch Raw and SmackDown. Nick gives the match an 8 out of 10. Oh, okay, so John Cena takeover Perth in October. They hype up Cena being there. They did not hype up Cody being there. Blue gives the match a 7.5. We're averaging over the first 2 matches an 8.5 for me. That's a pretty high rating. Cal says, both guys look seriously beat up. They deserve a lot of credit there. Yeah, I can only agree. So we're 2 out of 7 matches so far. Prediction-wise, 2 out of 2. 8 out of 9. Feeling good. The only one so far that I've gotten wrong has been the last minute change. Might suggest that we're a little bit predictable, but I'm okay with it. Okay, I like that they at least tell me who he is underneath. A Pro Bowl running back, whatever that might be. Daniel Cormier, I actually know him. I've heard of him. Okay, so that was a very mixed response for Tony Hinchcliffe, whoever that might be. Give me Jimmy Carr. He'll actually make it good. They really are just making a point of showing you celebrities in between the entire thing, aren't they? Every match, they just break things down a little after. It's like, okay, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. I'm surprised there's so much parking. But I suppose once you're in Vegas, you're in Vegas. Penta being a blimp, guys, not something I was expecting. I do feel like at some point I need to go to Vegas, but I'd like to go there when America isn't basically a dumpster fire. Now's not the time. Next up is the Intercontinental Championship Fatal 4-Way. Bron Breakker defends against Penta, against Finn Bálor, and against Dominik Mysterio. My prediction here, Dominik Mysterio leaves as the Intercontinental Champion, having pinned Finn Bálor. Dominik Mysterio leaves WrestleMania as the Intercontinental Champion, having pinned Finn Bálor. For me, this is the end of the Judgment Day. Ross says they might have cut that a wee bit short due to being hurt. They might have. I don't believe that they did. Drew McIntyre would have been furious if anyone tried. He would have punched someone. Nick says October could be late enough in the year for Joe Hendry to get out of his TNA contract. Takeover would be a good chance for Joe versus John. I would imagine they're also going to be looking at maybe a local, well, originally a local talent. Maybe Bronson Reed will be available. Dom says the Penta entrance should be great. Joey says these 2 matches are already better than night 1. Josh says Jess says Tony Hinchcliffe is painfully unfunny. Cal says they wouldn't get Jimmy Carr because he doesn't support Trump. Fair. Kieran would rather see Alan Carr. Chris says Tony Hinchcliffe gives me major douchebag vibes. It's, you know, the face. Cal says, how are we an hour in already? Goes so fast. If it goes so fast, you're having fun. Bailey says the roast tonight will be cringe. And Nick says, I reckon Finn pins Dom. We will see how this plays out. While I've got a moment in between matches, I'm going to start the whole goal thing. Now, the goal thing worked out really well yesterday, and I want to say a massive thank you to everyone who did donate yesterday. Thank you for your time, thank you for your effort, and thank you for your generosity. What I'm going to do is exactly what I did yesterday. I'm going to set up a goal, just as a reminder that you can donate if you would like to. We're going to go for the lowest possible amount, a single super chat, £2. A single £2 super chat. Show how you'll celebrate with a big all watch party. So I'm just essentially trying to remind people. I don't know how the goal appears per se, but if you're interested in donating, I would be grateful. If not, that's also cool. These live shows work and live and die based on viewership, based on who's here and who wants to be here. We work on chat rate, we work on likes. Donations certainly help the algorithm and the engagement, but they are far from the be-all and end-all, and there are plenty of ways you can support without spending money. You will never have to spend here. I'm never going to make anyone spend here. Literally, Nick, you just make a perfect example right there. Just typing the words chat rate really helps to boost what we do here. Genuinely does. Okay? So, stick around. Hopefully you enjoy the show. And we have a 1 hour goal set of one super chat or £2 or more if you would like to. Sai says Hinchcliffe is the guy who caused an international incident by calling Puerto Rico a floating pile of garbage at a Trump rally. Well, I can only imagine Trump agrees. Moxie says, how long is this hype package? 1 hour? I mean, there is 4 of them, mate. They are slightly behind schedule so far today. Haven't been able to stick to the whole 30-minute business, probably because of the time taken in entrances. That's not gonna change here. The entrances should be quite fun. Penta being Green Ranger today. Little bit of fire. I wouldn't say anything particularly spectacular. We haven't really had much time to work with him on it, but I'd call it a win. A decent entrance is decent nonetheless. I think maybe they haven't really had enough time to work with Penta on coming up with the entrance that he may feel suits him best, and that is a saunter and a half. What is that walk? What is that walk? Kevin says we need to cancel night 1 because night 2 again continues to deliver. You'd miss everything with Seth Rollins, mate. Not how we're going to play this one. Cal says Penta attire looks sick. Moxie says, what did you think of Drew's match, Tom? I've already rated it an 8 out of 10. I quite enjoyed it. Sai, thank you very kindly for the continued generosity. That is a goal hit and a goal smashed. £2 exactly on the money. Thank you very kindly, Sai, for your continued support, for your continued overlays. You never let me down. You always deliver. And I've got to say, I'm absolutely thrilled by your continued work and your continued effort, and just glad to have you here, mate. If everyone can remember to hit the thumbs up on Sai's very generous donation, please do so. It's just a little way that you can support the generosity of others in a way that sends a clear message to them. I'll give it a little while longer before starting another goal. As I say, it's just there to be a reminder in case anyone would like to. So I'll give it a little while before we start revisiting that. Cal says, Penta's 40. I hope I can move like that at that age. I can't. I'm not far off 40 myself. 4 more years. 4 more years. And I certainly can't move like that. I'm getting to the point where I have to be considered an old YouTuber. Or at least just old. I'll be interested to see if Judgment Day come down together. It is a possibility they can come down with all the backup and just come down as Troop. I don't think they will. Dominik Mysterio, he's probably got some new gear. Okay, Nick. Okay. Yeah, I would imagine Dominik's got some gear to show off. I think I can see Media Row. They think they're bad. They are not coming out together. This is Dominik Mysterio heading out himself. He has indeed got the gear. Remember how there was all those rumours? I know Alex McCarthy reported on it. That Dominik was going to wrestle under a mask. And he just never has. That's a good pop, that. That was a decent pop. There's some respect on show for Dominik. It's starting to turn. The hate is starting to turn on Dominik. Cal says if they are all there, then Liv gets involved. She'll be preparing for the match. Quite often at WrestleMania, it is a case of they come out at the top of the ramp and then they stay there. The backup just doesn't come down with them. Dominik rocking the black and white. Michael Cole just got cut before he could sponsor. Confused by that. Ishii says Randy's match is next. Nick says YouTubing is much safer than wrestling anyway. You got plenty of years in you. I reckon so. My hope is to be retired by 50, but we'll see how that works. I'm actually not that far off. I'm nearly 40, guys. I still feel like I'm about 12. It sneaks up on you. It really does. Chris says, okay, Tom, hopefully with YouTube money you can afford a good nursing home. I don't make that much, mate. I really don't make that much. I mostly make money off the donations and the channel memberships, and I very much appreciate all of you, but I don't make a lot of money through YouTube. I've never made enough to call it a wage. Finn Balor's entrance next. We are a little behind schedule, but there will be a couple of short matches to come. Certainly the Liv Morgan Raquel Rodriguez one. Finn Balor also masking. Rocking the yellow. Oh, don't do that to me, Finn. Don't do that to me. Not so much a mask as a bag. He had a bag on his head. I'm annoyed by the fact that they changed his music. I know he's a heel now, but I don't care. He had such good music. Cal says crowd is starting to like Dom. Bailey says Dom's earned that respect. Nick says as soon as Dom told everyone he loves chicken tenders, the crowd started to turn. Cal says if it is Rusev, do you see Lana announcing him? As I say, I don't believe WWE has any interest in signing Lana. If she's there, they may use her on a one-time basis. But I don't necessarily believe we're going to see Lana. Chris says we need Dom to do something dastardly to piss off the audience, or just embrace it. Or just embrace it. Cal says, is Demon Finn completely dead? No, but Finn Balor wanted to retire the Demon King before he went back to NXT. So that is years ago, well before the pandemic. He wanted rid. He wanted completely rid, and he still does. He doesn't believe the creative team have used it well, and he's not happy overall to ever revisit the character. Ooh. Sai says Finn Balor and spoiler warning gear. Not a bad shout. After all, Si, it's you who determined the spoiler warning colours. Jesus Christ, we're doing another sponsorship and it's on Finn Balor's arse. Wow. Ross says, do you still have the ambition of full-time, Tom? I know you have your main job. I do have my main job and it does me very well. If I'm ever able to make this full-time, I would. I think there's still a lot of work to do to reach that. I don't even make a tenth of what I would need to make in order to do so. At the moment, I'm happy with what I'm doing and what I'm achieving. But I think full-time may be out of reach. I don't think it's possible to grow that much and that heavy. Even though I've had like 500,000 views on TikTok in the last 24 hours. Thanks to the generosity of yourselves, I made a decent amount yesterday for WrestleMania Night 1. But I have to be realistic, and I don't want to be one of those people who spends all his time saying, oh, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money. I don't want to be that guy. So yeah, it's a dream. It would be an achievement. I can't say it's a likelihood. But what I am hoping to do is at least gain enough of a following that I can help my kids when they start launching their own businesses. Basically, if they're starting a YouTube channel or something like that, I can ask you guys to check them out, give them some early viewership and see what we can grow off top of that, etc., etc. That's one of the things I'm aware of that I think would be important. Chris says this theme is better than his Royal Rumble entrance music. Nick says Finn the Short King. I think I like him better with the bag. Kevin says the match should be a ladder match. No, I don't think they need the ladders. Cal says Bron is spearing someone's soul. Gone. Kevin says the people who paid for a ticket for night 1 are going to ask for a refund. Chris says the Demon should have stayed retired after he lost at Mania 39. Cal says I never thought we'd be sponsoring Finn's ass. I knew it was going to happen eventually. Have you seen it? It's nice. Cal also really likes bronze gear. Crutch gives it a 10 out of 10. Sai says that's the face of a guy who's losing his belt. For those unaware, my prediction is that Dominik Mysterio pins Finn Bálor, allowing Bron Breakker to walk away from the championship and into potentially something bigger. What that something bigger is, I'm not sure. But yes, that is a face of a man who's losing his belt. Went straight for Dominik. I would too. The other Mike suggests Bron Breakker would be a good Royal Rumble winner. And Cal says I think Bron will face Jay down the line this year. Ross says my dad went with me to Raw, not really a fan, but he described WWE as an advertising money making machine. Yeah. He's got him pegged. The wrestling is the least important part of WWE. Dominik received that move. Very good. I get why they put the street fight in between that match and this one. High tempo, low tempo, high tempo. Variation of matches. It's clever. Cal says, why do I feel like Bron is killing Carlito tonight? I think he'll interfere. Well, ow, Penta. Carlito doesn't seem to be able to take bumps at the minute. I don't know what else to say. He doesn't seem to be able to take bumps at the minute. That was vicious. This match sponsored by Dude Wipes. You know what people are using them for, you just don't want to say it. Bron Breakker's just very good, isn't he? He's very good. Kevin says, what is different between Demon Finn versus regular Finn? For me, the same thing. One has makeup and is difficult to stop. There's the spear that basically destroys Dominik Mysterio. Bron Breakker just looks amazing. Just looks amazing. He always does. Every match should start like this, with Bron Breakker just demolishing. I reported recently, and spoiler warning, that WWE see him as the complete package to replace Brock Lesnar. No interest in bringing back Brock Lesnar because there is nothing Brock Lesnar can do that Bron Breakker can't also do. I believe that's a Dirty Dom chant. Oh, this is going to be so good. The other mic says Bron versus Seth is bigger. Cal says WrestleMania is sponsored by Dude Wipes, by the way. Yeah, but this is the one where it's on the actual outlays. Show off. That's why Pac used to do that. Bailey says, any idea how much merchandise is sold this weekend? What will be the average spend per guest? That information would only be available after the fact. Krish says, if Seth is world champion next year, I can see his opponent being Bron Breakker. Cal says, Bron versus Jacob Fatu is a dream match for me. Will Goldberg get his last match? He keeps trying. There seems to be interest there from WWE. I don't know why. And Krish says, Brock has no place. Bron is the future. This is going to hurt. You're right, Finn. Oh, is it deadlift? Is it a kip? Oh, Jesus Christ. Genetic freak. That was a deadlift. Put him in every match. Just all of them. Put him in every single match. Yeah, he's going to be so good against Gunter. Yeah, hug that post. To be fair, Bailey, it will be forgotten because I don't watch. Erin says, the YouTube stream is nice because I can sync up your comments to my feed that's a bit behind. I do need to lower the latency to make it more live, as it were. So I'm hopefully reacting to the things you guys see, but I'm worried because of like different areas that I'll be reacting to things that you haven't seen yet. Oh, Carlito is here now. Judgment Day working together. Dominik doesn't look too comfortable about it. Cal says, did you see the crowd at NXT were chanting Tony fumbled again during Paige versus Ricky Saints? Yeah, that's dumb. There is nothing you can say as regards the whole, oh, Tony fumbled on these people. Okay, well, Vince McMahon and Triple H fumbled on all of these people, etc., etc. There's no advantage to this. He held them up. He actually held them in the air. Belly to belly, and he didn't even go down. He's not even going down. He's not even going down. What the hell? Fuck me. Oh, the lean back. It's just... Holy shit, this guy's so good. Cal says he is simply amazing. Fair play, Aaron. I get what you're saying. The future belongs to Bron Breakker. It's not even a star-making performance. We all know this guy's the best. You didn't need NXT 2.0 to tell you. You just knew. John says Breakker is a different level. Chris says Brock Lesnar went out the best way he could have. He put over the best face of WWE at the time. And Ross says Dom and Bron, the future of WWE. What a pop. Dominik Mysterio attacking Finn Bálor and the crowd have gone absolutely mental. I thought the face turn was going to be for Finn Bálor. I'm not convinced anymore. Bron Breakker close there. Cal says Finn killing Dom. It was a good stare down. It was a good stare down. Roster says Dom and Bron, the future of WWE. Absolutely. The future is now. You've got Rhea and Liv. still very young, still delivering high quality. You've got Dominik Mysterio, you've got Bron Breakker, young, delivering very high quality. There's plenty more. Gunther's not exactly an old man. This has been a great start. Tiffany, good shout, Cal. Who needs Becky Lynch, right? Chris suggests Bron Breakker versus Will Ospreay. Kieran says, if Bron is like Kurt Angle and Lesnar had a baby. I don't want to know how that happened. I don't ever want to think about how that could have happened. But you're not wrong. This is gonna. Oh, Carlito. What? I even have to say he goes out of the ring well. He even goes out of the ring well. Oh. The world's best luchador. Carlito just being a dick. He's just, what's he doing? Just being a dick. Chris says they could have saved some banger for yesterday. Ross is suggesting Roxanne Perez involved in that future group. Chris says Bron Breakker carries himself and presents himself as a badass. It feels natural to him. The referee seems to be having some technical issues. Michael Cole just lost his damn mind. Goodbye, Carlito. Cole literally saying, I think he's dead. His eyes are open, but yeah, kind of. This match is amazing so far. Speared his soul, Cal. His soul right out of his body. Chris says, Bron Breakker carries himself and presents himself as the badass. It feels natural to him. John saying, what a spear. I feel like we're heading into the finish now. Bron's looked amazing. I just don't think he's going to pick up the win. Cal says there's no adrenaline in his soul. Again, a huge pop for Dominik. You're not going to pin Bron. That's not going to happen. Where's Finn? Okay. Dominik, just stay there for a minute. Let Bálor hit his finish. Go for the pin. Dominik. Frog splash. Pin Finn. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. Yes. 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 Yeah, all of it. Yep. Oh. That has made me very happy. The crowd going nuts for this guy has made me very happy. No one deserves it more. Everything that just happened, perfect. Perfect. Great match, great result. Dominik basking in his moment. That. Bron Breakker looked amazing. Penta had some good moments. Finn Balor knew better than to take too much spotlight. He knew what his job was to do. What was going on with the arm there? He was saying something to Penta. Dom's off. He's leaving. He's leaving. That is a very happy man. Where's Liv? Celebrate with your man. Guys, I'm giving that a 9.5. I'm going crazy. I'm saying it's better than a triple threat. There was no breathing space. Bron Breakker just kept making viral moments. Insanity. Insanity. Right, let's check what people are saying in the chat. Cal just basically saying yes 15 times. Chris says, you called it. I'm happy. Cal says Dirty Dom, the GOAT. She says he called it again. Kieran gives it a 10. Chris says Dominik is champion. Cal says thoughts and prayers with Carlito. Sai says 8 for that one too. This is great. Cal says Finn smiling there. I love it. Rick says what a pop for Dom. Jordan says 8 out of 10. This has been a fantastic Mania night so far. Nick says awesome finish, but was very similar to the finish of the opening match. Still, the whole thing was awesome. 9 out of 10. Kieran says Ray is a proud dad tonight. Blue says night 1 looking real bad right now. Yes, but night 2 looking real good right now. Ross gives it a 10. Cal says draft Bron to SmackDown now. Bron versus Jacob. Book it now. Wait, what? Dom, what are you doing? Runs straight past Finn Balor and celebrates again. He's been told to go and really milk that pop. He's been told to milk that pop. Oh, that's made me really happy. He deserves it so much. That is a star. Oh. Bailey says 9.5. 3 great matches thus far. Wang gives it a 10. Ross says delighted Dom won. What a match. Aaron says night 2's been so good. And Nick says a massive pop for Dom. Nobody's more deserving. I could not be happier for him. You could hear, and you know how happy he will have been when he made his entrance. There were people already cheering for him. He knew by that point he was winning. He knew he was winning, so it really could just be about celebrating the moment. Just about being happy with everything that was going on. He knew when he made that entrance that he'd already guaranteed the win. Oh. That made me real happy. Where's my phone? I have a TikTok to make. That made me very, very happy. I'm interested to see what happens next. Finn Balor, I think, will forgive him. I think there's a bit more life left in that yet. We have a crowd video of Dominik's win. And of course the pop that followed. So I'm definitely going to put that one on the TikTok machine. Who's that? Colby Covington. I should know that. Dominik Mysterio wins the Intercontinental... Oh, that's not how you spell Intercontinental. Wins the Intercontinental Championship at WrestleMania 41. We type it one more time. Dominik Mysterio wins the Intercontinental Championship. My phone has not learned those words yet. Championship at WWE WrestleMania 41. Say it again. Dominik Mysterio, because keywords. Pinned Finn Balor. That's not how you spell Finn. Finn Balor in a match also featuring Bron Breakker and Penta on night 2. I gotta admit, that's not the match I expected to have broken desks in. I thought the street fight would be the one with the broken desks. Dominik Mysterio is a great Intercontinental Champion. Pat McAfee, you shut your mouth. Randy Orton's up next. Where was I? Nick says massive pop for Dom. Blue says Dom more over than his papa. Not wrong. Cal says Randy next. Ishii says Randy next. Cal says the match was so good. Erin says, do you think Judgment Day Finn go face? I can actually see it. No. I think they sort of go their own way here. Dom, thank you very much once again. It says, Tom, you know your... Oops. Always host a great watch party and is given a $20 donation. Dom, you're basically funding my life right now, mate. And I'm very appreciative of it. You don't need to do this. And I just want to be very clear. I'm very grateful that you have chosen to do so. Please, if everyone can hit a thumbs up on Dom's donation and just reassure how happy we are with that result. Thank you very much, Dom. Kel says, going to be an awkward Raw tomorrow. Crush says Finn Balor will forgive him. Bailey says, when do they rebuild the announcer desks? Usually in between the hype packages. They'll have people working on it now. Pete says it's usually the Spanish desk that gets wrecked. They can wreck everything. Nobody has an issue. We ain't racist no more. Nick says, wonder if they can fix it. These ones look like they actually break. I would imagine so, but they'll be flat pack, same as anything else. Eric says, I can't wait to see how insufferable if Liv retains. I do expect Liv to retain. And Cal says, I think Finn will celebrate tomorrow with Dom until he's not. Crush is just really happy. And Eric bringing back a meme that Land and Time forgot. Everything is on the table. Everything is on the table. Used to be a big thing back in there. A high package would have been for Randy Orton versus Kevin Owens. It's a shame that match isn't happening. Instead, we just have a celebration of Randy Orton, showing a little bit of Bray Wyatt in there too. Showing more iShow speed than Bray Wyatt, which I find disrespectful. Just going to throw that out there. I will take this opportunity to renew our goal, same as the last one. 1 super chat, £2, big old watch party, 1 hour. Just, again, as a reminder for anyone who does want to donate, that is an option available to them. Thank you, Dom. Thank you, Sai, for already having donated. And thank you, Martin, as well, wherever you may be, for your donation also. Nick says, I assumed they broke in the last match last night, so they don't have to fix them. Well, also, if they're going to be tables broken, Roman likes to insist that it's just him. Crush says, everything is on the table, including my Easter basket and Easter dinner, turkey dinner rolls, cheesy potatoes, and regular mashed potatoes. You've got a party going. Cal says, WrestleMania 2009, Randy versus Triple H fumbled incredibly. How was it only a singles match and not a no-holds barred? They are suggesting that Vince fumbled. Crush is rocking ham, mac, and cheese. Y'all have got a glorious feast going on. Nick says, I'd like to see a tease of the opponent before the match. I really like trying to guess. That's what I like about the Wyatts. Joey says, Night 2 is blowing it out of the water. So far, it's been perfect. Perfect. I don't know if this can necessarily keep up with itself, but it's a damn good start. Even if there's only like one more great match, I reckon the main event will be that. I still think this puts it in a better category than last year's Mania. Though the finish to last year's Mania was once in a lifetime sort of stuff. Carl says it's either Nick Aldis or Rusev. We're about to find out. As I say, Rusev is there. Streets are saying Rusev. Nick Aldis is prepared as a backup in case contracts are not signed. There is still, or there was when I last heard, a few I's to dot and a few T's to cross before a contract has been formally signed with Rusev. He's there, Lana's there, and yes, Nick Aldis is there just in case. The crowd going nuts for Randy Orton's theme. Everyone goes for it nowadays, and I respect it. C-Mac says, good evening, Tom. Night 2 is already better than Night 1 to me. I agree, C-Mac. You'll get no disagreements from me on that one. It's been an amazing start. We're about to get on to match 4, which I'd imagine will be relatively brief. I also think the Tag Team Championship match will be fairly brief as well. They showed someone singing and they thought it was going to be great, and then he started playing on his phone. Thank you, Nick. A €2 donation meeting that target. Just says chat rate. Just says chat rate. I appreciate you. Thank you very much, Nick. Very generous of you, and I appreciate you for it. Cal says the dream would be Howdy, but it's not. I know. That's right. Also says just don't be Solo. It might be Solo and then Solo gets attacked by someone else. Everybody forgets that Bianca Belair would have been challenged by Carmella until Becky Lynch decided, nah. Joey says, I hope Nick Aldis brought his wrestling trunks. Sai says, whoever it is has to be a big enough name to pin Orton or low enough to eat a loss in their first match. Maybe it'd be over Femi. Maybe it's Batista. Maybe it's Wardlow. Maybe it's Tetsuya Naito. Maybe it's Rusev. Cal says, don't be Solo or Carmelo Hayes. Nick says, just so you know, there's no option to give more than the goal. It's stuck at $2. You can donate whatever you'd like outside of the goal. If you gift outside of the goal, it still counts towards the goal. Or is it simply now that the goal has been reached, no donations can occur? Let me know, Nick, what you see. Squid Welcome says, tonight feels like WrestleMania at least. Definitely does. Nick says, Omos. Cal says, Ric Flair. We are about to find out. Slap bang in the middle of the show. Cal says, imagine it's no one and Randy has to walk back up the ramp. Kieran says, Joe Hendry. As I say, we're about to find out. One saying Hornswoggle. Who have we got? Oh, I'm a little nervous. I've got flutters. It's Joe Hendry. Man's in a good mood and he's rocking a TNA championship. Randy Orton just respectful, like, alright, fair enough. WrestleMania is singing along. I've met Joe Hendry. I've seen him work a lot of local shows. As I say, Rusev is on site. There are still some I's to dot and some T's to cross. And what this says to me is that things did not align as they were intended. Also suggests to me that while Nick Aldis was a backup, Joe Hendry was available and let himself be known. I'm interested in this. I think their wrestling styles probably actually gel together really nicely. It's also a pleasant surprise. Well done, WWE, for keeping this quiet. Now, my prediction was Rusev, and my prediction was Rusev winning. I think I have Joe Hendry winning. I'm going to take this off the table as a prediction because I didn't know who it was going to be. But I think I have Joe Hendry winning this. Thank you once again, Nick. A €5 donation added on top of what was previously said. Thank you for testing the system and just making sure for me. I appreciate you for that. And also I appreciate you for a donation. Thank you very kindly. Joe Hendry's going to burst. He's happy. He's going to burst. He's also very frozen. He's going to explode. Kieran, you are not wrong. Pete says Joe Hendry. Chris says Joe Hendry. Cal says, never in my life did I think I'd see a TNA world title at WrestleMania. Logically, this suggests that he's now under WWE contract. Blue says, it's actually Joe, and the crowd is loving it. Nick says, how is WWE letting a TNA wrestler on WrestleMania? Joe Hendry, innit? Nick says, perfect person to get beat by Randy, but also gets to show what he's got. Cal just says, wow. Nick says, I see Hendry showing his moveset before he loses. Certainly time to do that. Randy Orton is looking to work with the future. This is exactly what he's looking for. I would suggest that of the available options, this is what Orton chose. I'll do some digging to find out for certain, but I suspect Randy Orton specifically asked for Joe Hendry. Needs to talk to the people on the camera though, because they keep missing his smiles. I'm going to be honest, I don't think this is going to be a great wrestling match. They haven't got time to know each other's movesets. They haven't had time to build chemistry or rehearse. They haven't really had a chance to do anything. There's no build, naturally, because there's been no time to do so. I don't expect this to be a great wrestling match. It'll be called in the ring as well. So where we are right now, as I don't expect this to be a great match, but an average match would be a triumph, just because of circumstance. I'm lowering the bar on what a good match looks like, you know? Randall Keefe. Apex Predator poking a guy in the eye. Yeah, sure. Orton hitting his beats. Nick says, WWE said Hendry can't fight Cena unless he agrees to sign first. TNA wants the contract to be bought out. I wonder if WWE took care of the cost or let him negotiate while under contract. It'll be interesting to find out the details of that. WWE do want Hendry versus Cena. They just want him under contract first. This tells me he might have signed. Though again, I do think Randy Orton has a lot of sway in the company. And if it's Joe Hendry, then he's asked for Joe Hendry. Carl says the crowd be loving Joe Hendry. Ishii says, I'm guessing Rusev will be on the SmackDown after WrestleMania or Raw after WrestleMania. Carl says, was there any negotiations with WWE and Josh Alexander? Not that I'm aware of. And Nick says, I'm relying on you for more info on the Hendry situation. Shared what I can so far. Didn't know he was there. Genuinely had no idea. Oh, yeah. Yep. Lovely. Perfect. As I say, they've had no chance to work together, to establish patterns, to work on chemistry. They've had no chance to do any of that. That's perfect. I'm going to give it a 7. As I've said, I've lowered the bar a little bit on my expectation. I liked the surprise. I liked that both men got to go through a little bit of their regular repertoire. Joe Hendry got a bit overwhelmed by the moment. The camera work was genius, and it cost him. I love everything that just happened. I'm going to give it a 7. WrestleMania, man. Pick him up. Shake his hand. Hey, he stepped up. Randy's going to endorse Joe Hendry now. And as we head towards Hendry versus Cena, people know who he is now. They know who he is now. It's an endorsement. I also think it's kind of going to RKO him again. I kind of wish he did. There's still time. It'd be really funny. He's holding his neck. He's holding his neck. It's a target. He's going to do it again. He's going to do it again. Okay, I've fallen in love with Randy Orton. I get it. I get what people keep saying. I get it. I love everything that just happened. Hello, Mike. You alright, mate? Cal says incredible. Nick says perfect match for what it was. Erin says doesn't matter if it's great wrestling, the crowd is very into it. Pete gives it a 7. Kieran gives it a 7. Sai gives it a 4 and says I don't know who that helped. Also suggests it's a burial. I wouldn't go that far. It's very WWE. It's a bit of a burial of the TNA Championship, I'll say that. I don't think the expectation would be that Joe Hendry should be on Randy Orton's level. As I say, when people get called up, they tend to come in at the bottom. And fact is, Joe Hendry isn't even an NXT wrestler. So there would be 2 call-ups before he's actually considered anywhere close to Randy Orton. That's all this is. So Max says, beautiful RKO, 8 out of 10. Chris says that was exactly what it needed to be. Ross says, so pleased for Joe Hendry, gives it a 7. Baylor gives it a 7. That was a swerve that was kept under wraps. Credit to WWE on that one. Cal says, fair play to Joe Hendry. Sean says, see what happens when we believe. Joe makes history. The first contracted TNA wrestler to compete at WrestleMania. Next says, Hendry got to show some stuff, but no finisher. Got to do the signature smile, but it cost him. Shows that Hendry has some learning to do, but still had a good showing. He was naive. And to be fair, that's got us straight back on track for the half-an-hour segments. 3 matches left, 2 hours to do it. Honestly, it's gone exactly where I want it. Blue also saying going to RKO him again. He saw it coming too. Nick says called it, Tom. Calder says I love Randy. Cal says Randy, that's so funny. Bailey says that worked much better than a short match with Rusev. I agree. I think they still have that surprise of Rusev that they can use next. Ooh, we have a Money in the Bank announcement. Money in the Bank will be in LA, June 7th, Intuit Dome. I believe that's already been announced. Funnily enough, no announcement for Evolution 2. Whatever happened to that? Whatever happened to Evolution? Cal says 6 out of 10, but 6 is good. They had 0 time and a lot of comedy moments. Yeah, that was a cheap pop. That was a cheap pop segment come to life. Oh, okay. Worlds Collide and Money in the Bank are syncing up. I like what they're doing there. Bailey says June 7th is the same weekend as a AAA event. Blue says early June. Crush says Money in the Bank in LA early June. Yes, it is same day as World Collide, so it'll be easy enough to find it. I'm so glad I can only kind of hear everything going on because I would be so sick of that theme. So sick of it. I'd hate it. It's not number 1. Should never be number 1. The goal is reset. It's trying to get me to do 10 super chats. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be that guy. Once again, for an hour, have a big all watch party. They seem to be spending some time pushing Travis Scott. Blues money's on Roxanne for Money in the Bank. Cal says TNA won't see that as a burial. Their platform just got immediately bigger. They'll be having people hoping to see Joe Hendry again. Smart move for all parties involved. Joey says, I'm guessing they're going to save the time for Logan and AJ. Oh no, they're not necessarily saving time. They went over a little bit so that they could have a relatively short match with Joe Hendry. Makes sense to me. JC says, I have a prediction. Mr. Beast has something to do in Logan Paul versus AJ Styles match. To be fair, and the fact he's in Vegas. Thank you for that news, JC. It's a fair point, especially when you consider he's got a TV show to plug. He's got a TV show to plug. Jimmy Donaldson in the house. Nick says, honestly, that's how the El Grande Americano should have felt last night when they both had the same purpose on the card once Ray got injured. This was done so much better. Top to bottom so far, this has been a great card. We're very close to being card of the year. In fact, no, we're not close. This so far has been card of the year. There's still time for it all to go wrong, They just need to stick the landing. But the main event is John Cena versus Cody Rhodes. They're not going to go wrong. Ross says, I'll be in Vegas, so catch both shows when I get back. Aaron says, could Henry skip NXT? I'd say it was a 7 out of 10 match myself. He could. I don't think he will. He could. Ishii says, 3 matches left already. This flew quick. So we have Logan Paul versus AJ Styles. Then we have the Women's Tag Team Championship. Then we'll have the Hall of Fame. Somewhere in between that, we'll have the attendance figure. And then straight into our main event, which may well heavily involve The Rock. We're 2 hours into WrestleMania, 4 matches done. You know what? This has been great so far. Oh, I hate Logan Paul so much. You know what I hate the most? He's really good at this. I hate that I have to respect the effort, the intent, the success. Hate it. Hate it with a passion. I wish we could just walk away from him forever. But we can't. Raquel says, do you think Rusev returns to Raw or SmackDown? I think he'd need to sign a contract first. As I've mentioned, dotting some I's, crossing some T's. Crush, where have you got that from? I need your source. Thank you, Cal, for bringing a source. No, I can't confirm that. If that's the case, they'd pretty much need their source to be Randy Orton, and I don't necessarily see that as happening. He doesn't like media. But yeah, I've not heard anything about that. Nick says, yep, don't like the guy, but I love his work ethic. Rickan hopes AJ wins, but thinks that Logan wins. My prediction here is an AJ Styles win. But ultimately, I think this is just a showcase. It's a spot fest. The actual winner doesn't actually matter. Erin says, do you think Ethan Page gets called up after he lost to Ricky at Stand and Deliver? There is a draft incoming. I would imagine his name is one of the ones being discussed. Carl says, I don't think WWE would trust Jeff Hardy for Mania anymore. No, nor I. The man will eventually break himself, and WWE don't want it to be on their turf. C-Mac says the last 5 AEW wrestlers that went to WWE have all been in a WrestleMania match that same year. Cody, Jade, Punk, Penta and Rey. What a way for WWE to sell itself. I mentioned on the OLE preview earlier today that when Nick Khan said about, oh, we don't bench our people, the fans are not the target audience. The target audience are the people who've been benched by AEW. That's who he's actually trying to connect with there. The people that he can legitimately say to them, come to us. The people that he can legitimately say, we want you. The Samoa Joes, the Wardlows, the Athenas. That's who he's talking to. If he wants you, he'll find a way. Logan Paul with point of view intro. And Logan Paul with a drone. I kind of like the... Oh, okay. Oh, God. There's a lot happening right now. Don't keep going. Oh, okay, this has hurt my eyes. It's good. I like it. It's hurt my eyes. Oof. Cal says, I think Jeff Hardy suits TNA. Blue says, really feeling like Becky in the semi-main spot. Yeah. Ross suggests Wardlow. Chris says, Matt and Jeff will most likely get a final run in WWE before their retirement, then the Hall of Fame induction. I don't think there's room for them. I don't think they could have a great match with the War Raiders. I don't think they could have a great match with Motor City Machine Guns. I think their time is up. So it says a battle of the guys who didn't need to go for NXT. That'll be AJ and Dominik. Nick says his theme song is ironically good too. Perfect for a narcissist. PJ says my eyes are being abused. And oh, Jesus Christ, you're going to hurt me. Also, Jesus Christ, Logan, turn down the filter. Just turn down the filter. Chris says Samoa Joe's AW deal up soon. Relatively soon. Not instantaneously. It's not around the corner, but it's relatively soon. Bailey says matches are 4 for 4 so far. The pressure's on. Yeah, but this is Logan Paul and AJ Styles. This is a match that they put on a card just to make sure there's one great match no matter what. This is going to be good. There's absolutely no arguing that. Do not blow a kiss at the camera. I don't want that from you. I want that from Damian. No, I don't. Don't know what I'm talking about. Don't know what I'm talking about. My throat's getting a little sore, so I'm just going to spray a little something down my throat. I do apologise if anyone's a bit grossed out by this stuff. I realise I did a bad job covering that, and I do apologise. Eric says, is Dom slowly turning into a face? Yeah. Fans are embracing him. Is the WrestleMania colour just white this year? Because everyone seems to be wearing white. Cal says, so glad AJ's old entrance is back. Yeah, he got some new music for a while, didn't he? I don't miss it. Why is the cameraman in a suit? There was a cameraman in a suit. It just seems kind of unnecessary. Chris says, the pressure's on. Reminds me of when the Authority brought out Brock Lesnar to face Seth Rollins. Rickan says, hoping AJ signs a new deal soon or this will be his last WrestleMania. Chris says, AJ's gear gets an automatic 10 out of 10. The difficulty you've got with AJ Styles, I'm sure and I'm confident that he wants to sign a new deal. He also wants Gallows and Anderson. I do feel like the release of Gallows and Anderson was WWE saying, yeah, he's not going to sign. There's some positive signs coming out of WWE. Positive noises that WWE feel confident they'll be able to convince him. He wants to go down to TNA for a bit. They can make that happen now. He wants to do some work in New Japan. They can make that happen. He just wants to be loaned out for a little while under WWE contract earning money. So there's still some negotiating to be done, but he does feel a lot more isolated than he has done. Nick says, I think Dom will be an anti-hero style face, probably won't change much. I don't think he'll be face just yet. I think they'll continue to sort of fight the crowd reaction for a couple of months. Wait until they're ready for Festival of Friendship, you know? I love the guy with the sign that says Prime makes me gag. He's really making it clear. Rickan, I don't know exactly, but it's relatively soon. It depends how much has been tacked on for injury. If his most recent injury is taken into effect, he's got basically the rest of the year. Not just any hair, Joey. A beautiful head of hair. Suck 'em and eat your heart out. Yeah, Crush. Carl Anderson, not someone who's really going to be mentioned by WWE ever again. So we know it's eventually going to be like high flying and high tempo, but I think they're going to take their time building this. AJ Styles likes to work in the Bret Hart style in several phases. The first phase looks set to be a wrestling match. If we follow the usual AJ Styles blueprint, it'll be wrestling match, fight, high flying, in that order. Rickan says, after Carl's recent comments, there's no chance they ever sign him again. Yeah, pretty much. It's one of the reasons they fired him. He kept opening his mouth. Ross says Gallows and Anderson are good for New Japan, but they don't work in WWE or AEW, I don't think. I'd argue they're not good for New Japan. I'd argue they're not good. I'd just argue they're not good. Joey says the Good Brothers don't fit good in big companies. They're better on the indies. Again, I'd argue they're just not good. Bailey says Night 1 isn't even in the conversation anymore. The only reason to watch Night 1 now is essentially Jacob Fatu's big win. I still think Charlotte and Tiffany was a good match overall. Charlotte giving back, as it were. And of course, the main event, which was quality. Quality main event. Kieran suggests the not so good brothers. Can I suggest the slightly shit brothers? Okay, we're getting into the fight period again. So we're through the wrestling part, we're already into the fight. Raquel says, if AJ doesn't sign a new deal, where do you see him signing? He wants to work in TNA. There will be an offer from AEW. It will likely be very valuable. Can I just say that wasn't a running knee, that was a running crotch. That was a teabag. AJ, you just teabagged a guy. These two are actually quite close. I'm just going to throw out there the possibility, the complete speculation, in no way is it report, complete speculation, that right now Logan Paul is teaching AJ Styles about how to make a lot of money from cryptocurrency. Just going to throw that out there. Legally entirely as speculation. Pure guesswork, no idea, couldn't tell you. Just think maybe that might be something, maybe be something that's happening, and that was one of the reasons this match is happening in the first place. Might just be pure guess. Pure guess. Couldn't possibly tell you even if I knew. Joey says, better only going to remember the main event from night 1. Chris says, if AJ leaves WWE, Tony Khan will most definitely make him a big money offer. Question is, will AJ Styles be doing AEW rah-rah speeches? Nah, he's not that guy. He just wants to go on Twitch. Ross says, why did New Japan give Carl Anderson a singles title? They like him. I don't know why. They do. Rick answers, I can see AEW signing the Good Brothers just to try and lure AJ. That's kind of what WWE did with the last contract. Nick says, Logan's being booked really well, not just because he's famous. Each match gets a little more outside his skill set, so he keeps learning new stuff. But it's always someone who makes him look good. Kieran says, Crypto and Flat Earth convos, good times. They've bonded. And it's more bondage than I'd like. Chris says he wants to work at TNA. I respect that. AJ wants to go back to the company that made him a star. He does. He wants to do what he can to help re-elevate them. And also right now, they want him in because they feel if they get AJ Styles back, they might actually be able to compete with AEW. Reasonably, they should be able to. A couple of good signings, and they should be able to compete. Joey says they both support Trump, so they could have a relationship from that. To be fair, most of WWE does. Not all of WWE, but I'd say 60-65% of WWE is Republican. There are not many Democrats, and most of them are too young to really be listened to. Kieran says Hornswoggle is inside that prime bottle. Well, someone's in charge of the drone. We are still in the fight phase. Bailey says WWE Shop is already selling Joe Hendry WrestleMania t-shirts online, so he's signed. Surely if they're selling his merch, they've signed him to a WWE contract. There can't really be any alternative there. They signed him to a contract and a merch deal. Okay, but that was actually a really good camera angle. I want to be annoyed by this whole concept, but it's genuinely delivering quite well. Joey says, those Hendry shirts are going to sell good. I have to take some notes, guys. Stuff to chase up on for tomorrow's spoiler warning. What do people want me to chase up on? We'll talk about Joe Hendry and Joe Hendry merch. Once it opens, am I on spoiler warning page? Yes, I am. Joe Hendry match. Joe Hendry merch. Seth Rollins. Paul Heyman heel turn. What's going on with Bayley? What's going on with Bayley? That was lovely. I will leave that there and see what else pops up that you want me to chase up over the course of this show. Chris says, will Joe Hendry be dropping the TNA title before he reports to the PC? That's probably worth asking as well, yeah. Nick says, whatever happens in the main event, we'll want more info. Cool. Rock. Cena. Cody. Oh. Becky Lynch. Debuts and returns and blah blah. That's an Alicia Fox move. Rickham says, safe to say WWE brought Joe Hendry out of his TNA contract. He'll lose that title soon, probably back to Moose. Ishii says, who could return after WrestleMania? Basically anyone who's not there at the minute, but I'm reaching out and I'm trying to find out as we speak. Bailey says, another suggestion, Paul Heyman, by which I'm assuming you mean you want to see a match between Paul Heyman and Joe Hendry. Joey says, I wonder if WWE bought him out. I figured he still had a lot of time left on his deal. They bought out Naomi way back when. I wouldn't be surprised by it. Kieran said, Jeff Cobb, NXT on main roster to chase up. Ooh, so what I'm hearing is NXT, but I can just follow up on that. Jeff Cobb, NXT. Chris says, Tom, did WWE let TNA know who they plan on signing? It depends who you mean by, like, who would they be signing? They're not like, oh, TNA, we're going to sign Jade Cargill. It's not really their business. Erin, there really aren't that many other signings. The big negotiation is what's going on with Rusev. Joe Hendry I'll have to follow up about, but the big negotiation is on Rusev. Yeah, Jeff Cobb's a bit of an older wrestler, but 40 is a new 30. Crush Rock in the R-Truth. I think we're about to enter the high-flying phase. There isn't a Karrion Kross update, Kieran. Karrion Kross hasn't really done anything. So yeah, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but there's no update there. Crush, they cannot say to TNA, they cannot buy people out from TNA without TNA approval. So it's not a case of telling them who they're planning to sign, it's a case of negotiating with TNA to buy them out. Like they did with Naomi. Nick says, I would be surprised if TNA plays nice for things like Joe Hendry and Jordan Grace in the hope they get some leeway with AJ Styles. That's been discussed at some points. Unfortunately, it comes down to AJ Styles and his signing rather than anything else. Draft picks would be guesswork issue, but I'm not against it. We can do a speculation. Draft speculation. I might do a video on it anyway. Hey Khalid, good to see you, mate. How are you enjoying the show so far? Kieran says, I feel like a lot cross like with Wyatt's works online but never translates to TV. It's too subtle. I don't agree in any way. What Cross is doing is good, and it's good on TV too. As regards to Wyatt Six and Cross, I loved Bray Wyatt. I think the Wired Six have been there. And they really need to up their game if they want me to care about them. No, Raquel, at no point did I say that. At no point did I say anything about the Good Brothers influencing AJ Styles' contract situation. Thank you, Crush. That's actually a very good summary of what we were actually saying. Logan Paul showing off some physicality. He was not going for the phenomenal forearm. Tiffany Stratton style. Is he going for a moonsault as well? Yes, he is. Full on Tiffany Stratton tribute. Very nice by Logan Paul. Hate him. Very nice. AAA purchase, which I am happy to say I knew nothing about beforehand. Issue, I've reported everything I've got of the Wired Six and you know it. There's only so much I can do that. No worries, Rick. Sometimes there are just miscommunications, which is why I feel it's important sometimes to just be very clear. This is what I said, this is not what I said, etc. This match isn't holding me. I don't know if it's maybe because of who it is. For a while I thought AJ Styles was the best wrestler in the world, and I still do think that. He's just not very interesting anymore. And Logan Paul, we know exactly what we're going to get. He never changes. It's got the feel of the Styles Nakamura match. It's just not particularly interesting. Especially when you consider how great WrestleMania has been so far. I'm sure it'll, at the end of it, be considered it was a solid match. We've not really got to the big high-flying stuff yet. Logan Paul's showing off. AJ Styles hasn't started yet. I don't know. It's okay. It feels like it's going to be a long one. Where are we? Regan says this match isn't as good as I expected it to be. Kieran says I've seen too many Styles matches, if that makes sense. Corey says Allegiant Stadium's a damn gorgeous stadium, but next year will be the most gorgeous stadium, the Superdome. Jordan says, gotta be honest, not into this one. Oh, thank you, Khalid. Says I appreciate what you do in telling us the news in wrestling. I try my best, mate. Appreciate it. Chris says AJ's older and his character is just not there anymore. It's possible that he's just not that invested anymore. I'm not sitting here saying he's not invested or he is invested. I don't know. I'm just saying it's possible that maybe he's just not that interested in wrestling or wrestling for this company anymore. They're going to do spin. I do like that move. Did not catch it as he usually does. We're getting there. It's slow-mo. Yeah, it's going to be a longer match. Styles matches usually go into the 20 minutes and counting. And I just feel like it loses a bit of a sense of urgency. Chris says the match is clicking more than the Nakamura Styles match, but I think the build hasn't given it much heat or excitement. Yeah, for everything that's been going on, these guys like each other. And unfortunately, it shows. Nick says, I think there are two types of aging wrestlers. Those who want to earn as much money as they can before they go, and those who want to give back and put over their friends before they go. Styles has very much taken it into the high-flying section. Logan Paul looking for a Styles clash. I see the sign that says paid in crypto. It's okay. Oh, Styles just took it and is now reversing it. Okay. So you just completely undermined your own move, like in a massive way there. Awkward. Rakan says, AJ seems off, like it's kind of checked out, but hopefully it picks up. C-Max says, I like AJ, but he needs something new to his gimmick. Jess says the match feels like it's been going for 2 hours. It's only been going about 10 minutes so far. We're heading towards a finish now. Oh, hey, it's Karrion Kross. Does this mean we're about to get into an AJ Styles Karrion Kross program? Don't put him on the ring where Logan Paul can reach him. Raquel says AJ, when he turned heel before he got hurt, was kind of interesting. Hopefully they go back to that soon. So this was supposed to be essentially turning down a heel turn. I still don't think it's going to, like, this could result in a loss for him. Chris says AJ no selling his own move is a W. I don't necessarily agree. Cal was excited by the cross of it all. Jess says, look guys, it's some guy named Jeff. Wow, so interesting. Cal says Logan's going to win, and here we are getting to watch that happen. Yes, Ishii. Karrion Kross's contract is up relatively soon. Nick says, I think no selling your own move can show that the move is only good when they do them themselves. I mean, kind of abandoning the evidence of the eyes there. So that happened. It wasn't sloppy. There was some solid athleticism. We saw an appearance from Karrion Kross. It was bang average, and I'm giving it a 5. There's nothing else I can do there. It was bang average, and I'm giving it a 5. If AJ Styles and Logan Paul are the worst match on a night of WrestleMania, Ishii, you know I can't answer that question. You know you have a habit of asking questions which just cannot possibly be answered. If AJ Styles and Logan Paul are the worst match for a night of WrestleMania, that's a bad moment for me. What have we got? Kieran gives it a 5. Jess says I've been into every match except that one. Cal gives it a 6. Pete gives it a 6 as well. Cal says never ever doubt Kross. He's always right. Jordan says 5 out of 10. Least favourite match of the night for me. Rickon says Kross versus AJ next, and I've seen Kross coming out on top from that feud. So I said 6 for me. My Sky Bet accumulator is still intact. You've got an accumulator on. You're making money, bro. You're making money. Kush gives it a 5 out of 10. Ross gives it a 6. Nick says I'd rather see them no-sell their own finisher and protect the opponent's finisher. Ishii, I know what you're asking. The answer remains. I cannot tell you what someone is going to do in their private life. Kush says the pop for Kross was nice. Bailey gives it a 5 out of 10. Ishii says the tag match is next. There are only 2 matches left. So it is the tag match next. Are we going to get the big return? And then, of course, after that, what have we got left? We have a main event. And we have the possibility of a Rock. So far, wrestling quality, fantastic. Crush says Kross was right. I'd imagine we're going to get the attendance now. You know, because they like to just throw a load of stuff in there. Mike says, Logan Paul's boring, man. He's impressive, but there's no substance. It was cool at first, but you've been in the game a few years now. If she says night 2 was better, night 2 still got time. Rickon says time for Becky, and Cal says Cody Cena could be an hour. They will give them up to an hour. They won't be an hour, but they will give them up to an hour. If she says something normally happens after the attendance, yes, another match. My expectation will be attendance, match, Hall of Fame, main event. Sai says, after the Orton deal, I'm half wondering if Valkyria's partner will be Dana Brooke or something. Of course, you mean Ash by Elegance. But the excitement has lulled. Chris says AJ isn't hurt by that loss. No, but he's not gained anything, has he? I wouldn't say Logan's washed, Jess. He just needs to mix it up a little bit. The match wasn't great. Nick says, Tom, have you ever thought about giving your predictions behind a paywall for those who bet on the wrestling? You seem to have a knack for picking winners. No. A lot of what I predict is based on what's actually happening in the wrestling world. Some of it uses backstage information that I'm privy to that you guys aren't. And yeah, I have good record, but I'm not infallible. There are times when I intentionally choose something which I know is not going to be the result. If I do feel we need to sort of hide what's going on. Vanessa Hudgens in the crowd again. Don't know who that is, but he seems to be having a great time. But you guys know me and paywalls. There is a members only section. I don't put too much there, but if you would like to, you can get a channel membership. A channel supporter membership will cost you $1 a month, and you will have access to everything in the members only section. So news is never going to be paywalled. That's not what I do. Everything news-wise will always be free. But we do have some behind-the-scenes stuff, some breakdowns of how I know what I know, which I put in the members-only section. So if you are looking for stuff like that, get yourself a channel membership and you'll find it there. Anonymous says, seems like AJ is going to put talent over on his way out of WWE, kind of like Ricochet, unless he signs a new deal. Chris says, interesting docuseries coming to Netflix. Oh, we do not have the attendance next. It is a tag team championship. Nick says, was your prediction of last night's main event a guess, or did you have some insider info? Little from column A, little from column B. You hear a lot of whispers, and you don't trust a lot of what you hear in my line of work. There will be people who are trying desperately to convince you that something's happening that's not happening. You'll get rumours and different disagreements from different sources. So, yeah. Sometimes I use a prediction to hide a spoiler. And personally, from where I'm sitting, I feel that's the right thing to do. You use a prediction to hide a spoiler. That way I'm not giving away the ending, but I'm also sharing to the people who are here, I do know what I'm talking about. It enhances credibility. It means you guys can go out and say, look, you should check out this guy. This guy got this right. He got that right. He got this right. And there's a lot that I've got right. Without spoiling the show for anyone. Rickon says, would be cool if we see Seth involved in the main event with The Rock. Cal says, Liv and Raquel out first. It's definitely Becky. They're saving it till last. C-Mac says the celebrities definitely seem to be more happy to be at a wrestling PLE than a boxing one. And we have a couple of people who are enjoying the work of Liv Morgan. You're allowed to enjoy the show, just be careful it doesn't go too far. We listen and we don't judge. And we are respectful. We are respectful about the choices of others. I do have Liv and Raquel retaining here, regardless of who the surprise ends up being. Even if it ends up being Mercedes money. I don't see the championship changing hands. They're setting up for a proper entrance up there. And imagine Lyra makes her entrance and then whoever it may be makes their entrance. We weren't expecting Joe Hendry. So let's not prejudge anything. As I've said, Becky is there. And Becky has her wrestling gear. And Lyra Valkyria has wings. And if you got wings, why not enjoy them? The only women's mid-card championship to make the card. Bit awkward. The fact that she's heading down means that this could be a relatively big name, leaving space for someone else to make the proper entrance. Okay, the cameramen are they're on the rampway, they're set up. Oh, I've got flutters again. Who's it gonna be? Whoa. How long have I been telling you? How long have I been telling you? Kieran says, as regards Liv, she's incredible. Cal says, so glad Raquel is getting a Mania match. She's an inspiration with the health issues she has. So happy we see her. Crush says, Liv is both a beauty and an excellent worker in the ring. Nick says, I only take your reporting as credible. I also really like the way you don't spoil anything big or important, but you give enough info and guide us to think of our own theories. Kieran points out the Red Bull sponsorship. Nick might be into birds now. Liv Morgan might be having a little breakdown. Mike says, as good as AJ is, his only good match, in my opinion, at Mania is against Shane McMahon. Well, Squid, unfortunately, that's not something I can do. I do not know Liv personally, and even if I did, I couldn't talk about it, but I do appreciate another very generous donation. Thank you, Squid. Thank you very kindly. That is another goal achieved. I actually forgot we still had a goal live. That's there to remind us. A hug from Becky to Lyra Valkyria. Wait, what does that say? Does that say best for business? Does it say back in business? Does that say best? Does that say best for business? I need to read the back of her jacket. I don't need to read the back of her jacket. Lyra needs to read the back of her jacket. It definitely says something business. It could say back in business. Or it could say best for business. Oh, I couldn't see it. Crush, you know what that would mean. I spent a while talking about this. I linked together some of it using what I knew and some of it using putting the pieces together. And I made it clear I was making a prediction, not a spoiler. Seth Rollins was going to win that triple threat. He was going to be involved in some way with what was going on with The Rock and Cody. Becky Lynch would return, and they would be a power couple. The next step, if I'm right, is a heel. But that doesn't necessarily mean tonight. It could be that we get a proper match here, and then there's a fight. But I do think Becky Lynch is going for that Intercontinental Championship, and I do think she's going for it sooner rather than later. She signed the contract ages ago, just so everyone's aware. And this is why you should follow spoiler warning. As I say, I've been reporting for this on this one for a while. C-Max says, this is why I watch you, Tom, right again. Thank you. Thank you. Jordan says, spot on, Tom. Ross says her contract is active. Her contract is now active. This is the point at which they wanted her contract to activate. She became available. Bayley lost a spot. Thank you, Ishii. Thank you, Crush. Appreciate it. Raquel says, I think they lose, then Becky turns right after the match. Cal says, I'd like a woman in Rock's corporate group. I'd love to see Rock control all champs. Cal says, remember when Becky came out of the book last year? Yeah. I mean, I didn't, but I do now. Support independent journalism, guys. This is what it gets you. That was a nice double team. Chris says, Bayley and Becky can have a feud because of this. They can say Becky took out Bayley. I'm confident she did. I'm confident of that. Carl says, if only we had a YouTuber from Blackpool who told us Becky had re-signed about a year ago. It wasn't a year ago. A year ago she was still there. She only became a free agent in June. I think it was November that the actual signature happened. Chris says, Roxanne can play a part in that too. That'd be a great tag team. Becky Lynch and Roxanne Perez. If Becky gets involved on Tuesday, stops Stephanie Vaca from winning and ensures that Roxanne Perez leaves with the gold. And then Roxanne Perez gets involved during a match between Becky Lynch and Lyra Valkyria. There's 2 championship. I think it might, Everton. What did I say to you guys? What does that jacket say? If she puts that on after this match, just walks away with it. Nah, Nick, I'd keep Roxanne heel. I'd just have her working directly with Becky, just as a team. I would also say, just on a more relaxed note, this is good for Liv and Raquel. We know Liv Morgan's a big deal now. She's been elevated quite a lot this year in the absence of Becky Lynch. It's still a big deal to be in the ring with Becky. Lyra and Raquel have a good opportunity here. They've got more eyes on them. Chris says, I think Liv Morgan broke the internet. Probably. See if I can get anything TikTok worthy out of it. Or the Becky return. I mean, I said it was going to happen, and it happened. Show me some video. Search for that, but instead of that, I'll use that. There it is. That's what I wanted. Where's my phone gone? Liv Morgan screwing over Becky Lynch. These two have got a good history. And if you got good history, that's all you really need. And just like that, we've got a video. Oh, hang on. This one. Morgan was already leaving. There's also a bit of a black and white theme when it comes to Becky and Lyra. Liv and Raquel match, as you might expect. Becky Lynch returns to WWE during WrestleMania 41 Tag Team title match. Did you not know about that, Kieran? Yeah, Joe Hendry. He's got history. Wrestling as a face at the moment. But that's not really a surprise. Right, where was I? Rick answers, I thought Roxanne was called up. Seems like they kind of changed their mind and decided to wait. They did, and this is kind of why. Becky Lynch is one of the reasons that didn't happen. Chris says, Liv is a major name. She's popular last year. Now she's an even bigger name. Eric says, Liv and Raquel's gear reminds me of the Bella's gear. Might well be, actually. If that might be a tribute. Chris says, I think Liv or Naomi beats Tiffany for the WWE Women's title. Cal says, I can't wait to see Alexa and Nikki Cross traumatize Liv and Raquel one day. Chris says, neither of the Bellas went out for... Okay, not reading that. C-Max says, Lyra probably has the worst ring attire for WrestleMania 41. Green hair and feathers flying everywhere. Rickham says, did Nikki Bella sign with WWE or was it just a Legends deal? I have no news on that one. Her return to WWE was not while under contract. Welcome, Gold. Nick said, did anyone else see the video of Liv from After Dark last night? Her outfit there makes this one look like a moo-moo. Blue says, Raquel is falling all over the place. Jess says, no one in Judgment Day wearing matching colours tonight except for Liv and Raquel is kind of interesting. And Gold says, I really didn't like Logan Paul winning again. Why Triple H likes the guy, he doesn't bring any new viewers to Raw or SmackDown. He does. It's actually proven that he does bring extra viewership. Okay, I'm starting to feel like this Tag Team Championship may be changing hands. That'll be the finish. And Becky Lynch immediately wins the championship. I mean, that's 2 returns for Becky recently. Both of them the night she was a surprise competitor and won a championship. If you hate Charlotte for always winning, you're probably not going to like Becky. Lyra double champion. I don't really understand what Becky's doing right now. She's overhype. Kieran gives the match a 7 out of 10. Pete gives it an 8. I'm giving it a 6. Outside of the return of Becky, there was a couple of good spots. Raquel looked particularly dominant, but nothing particularly memorable. It's not a rock bottom, Ross. It's the manhandle slam she's been doing for a long time. It looks exactly like a rock bottom, though. Blue, it's the exact same thing. Let's not start with that. C-Mac gives it a 6. Blue gives it a 5. Just happy to have Becky back. Rickan says, didn't expect Becky to win, but wasn't a bad match. Chris says 7 out of 10. Good match. Ross gives it a 7 as well. Cal gives it a 4. There is definitely a lot more to tell in this story, and I'm interested to see how they tell it. A large part comes down to what's about to happen. Bailey gives it a 5 out of 10. Coach says, I feel like Liv has chemistry with anybody, but Raquel kind of felt out of place by the end. 7 out of 10. She's a strong player. So it's a 6 from me too. Women's roster is so strong now. The return of Bliss, the return of Flair, the return of Becky. There's just a lot of bodies there now. Eric says, where do you think Liv goes from here? Hopefully towards championships, but it might be a little while. The WWE are going to struggle to make that one happen. John Cena in commercials after that whole heel turn. Just kind of awkward. Just kind of real awkward. I'd imagine this is hype for Raw after Mania. That's an advertisement for Backlash. Fair enough. Same thing, basically, let's be fair. So what happens next? We just have the main event left. That's the big one. Cody Rhodes versus John Cena. We know roughly what to expect. The Rock is in the building, but will The Rock be there? That's the big question, really. They're giving us some highlights of everything that's come before. If you're going to get highlights, you just want more Bron Breakker, basically, let's be fair. Crush, we'll see what happens. We don't need to force it, so we're not going to force it. I do feel like they're just celebrating more Dominik to make sure the crowd stay on side. Another championship for Judgment Day, but it's two less. Going around the houses, this is basically the time wasting they always do before we actually get to the finish. Nick says, Judgment Day breakup story will take a while. Probably need to free up Liv for that. Kevin says that was bullshit. Cal says, I don't like them changing belts there. Cal also says, why did we all forget Seth had a flamethrower? We didn't. We recognised it at the time. Aaron says that it will all be all for Liv versus Chelsea after the draft. Rick says, hopefully Bron goes after the heavyweight title now. Chris said it'd be very poetic for Becky to turn on Lyra the same way Trish did to her. Stone Cold Steve Austin's here. He's been in town for a while. I'd imagine this is leading towards something with the Hall of Fame. Maybe we see Bret Hart as well. Gold says, I'm just here for the Travis Scott receipt. You know that moment's coming. Autumn says, do you think Becky will join Cena and Rock soon? We'll see what Steph does first. Jess says, Dom was going to be so funny talking about how he's the only champion in the whole group. P says, attendance? The question we're seeing. Bailey asking, is Stone Cold going to announce attendance? That doesn't seem very much his game, but he's in that spot. Blue says, now he has to get involved. He does not. Jess says, doesn't Austin live in Nevada anyway? That's probably why he's there. I swear he's still a Texan. Cal says, will Bret Hart ever forgive Goldberg? No, why should he? I wouldn't. Steve Austin just charging charging around the ring, having a great time. Blue says HBK did it last night at this time. He didn't. He did it a match before this. It's close. HBK also, I should say, didn't come all the way down to the ring. So I do feel like there's more at play here. He did crash a little bit. He crashed a little bit. Pete says there's a lawsuit. Just as I remember his podcast, one of the only good old guy wrestler podcasts, he talked about having a ranch in Nevada. Cool, okay. He is announcing attendance. So they've sold a lot of tickets, but they have not sold out either night. Those letters and numbers are massive. Bailey says someone might want to check his blood alcohol level driving that scooter. Blue says it was now or never to. Sai says someone's getting free tickets for her next show. This is just not very Stone Cold Steve Austin. That's more Steve Austin. Blue says WrestleTix has them basically selling out their setup tonight. Basically. And that was it from Stone Cold. And he's going to drink some beer. Which means that Cody and Cena are going to be rolling around in beer for the next hour. Drones again. This would be a good time for The Rock to come down and just banish him from the ring. He's just always covered in shit nowadays. It's a fair point, Cal. He's got to drive that home. Is there any actual beer in those? It's all foam. Is he drinking milk? Is he drinking milk? Blue says unless Cena wins, holds it for a year, and Cody takes it from him like last year. Nick says I think they said it's alcohol free. Then why is Stone Cold Steve Austin drinking it? Jess points out quite rightly, he's basically just spraying it in his own eyes. It looks like milk. What is happening here? Something involving Nick Khan. Oh, Nick Khan's checking on the person he crashed into. And Steve Austin's apologising. Nick Khan trying desperately to stop a lawsuit there, and Stone Cold just wanders over like, yeah, soz, broke you there. I'd say he was a decent guy if not for all the overwhelming evidence otherwise, which we apparently just don't talk about because he's Stone Cold Steve Austin. We apparently just don't mention that. Nick says, Nick Khan is like, nope, you're walking. Nick Khan, please, no lawsuit. Why are you drinking? Pat McAfee actually just isn't. That's a massive Sharpie. That crash is just going to be played around the world. I can see if I can find it. I'm just going to look for videos of Austin. Austin crashes. Let's see. Oh, it's worth watching again. It's worth watching again. Okay, who am I getting this from? That one? Yep. And there's the crash. 44 seconds ago, watched by 21 people. It just straight into the barrier. And he just has to leave. He just has to leave. He just has to climb off. That's all he can do. Stone Cold Steve Austin. What the hell, bro? What the hell? Okay, this high package is going to last forever. Stone Cold Steve Austin crashes his bike. I'm going to say bike. Quad bike, technically bike. Same thing. WrestleMania 41. God damn it, Stone Cold. Drinking non-alcoholic beer at least. Crashes his bike at... Predictive needs to get better. If I'm typing WWE, you need to know that means WrestleMania. Oh, main event time, guys. Main event time. Chris says he'll probably get a full backstage pass. Cal says I wonder if he'll be in the main event. Also, Stone Cold seemed a little buzzed, which is basically the permanent state of Stone Cold now. So it's come down to this. Two men going to war. And it's all about The Rock, who we haven't seen since. I don't know why The Rock was even involved if John Cena could have done all this solo. The Rock wasn't necessary. You will note once again the best for business comment. The Rock collecting more souls along the way. The first time Cena stepped into the ring after the heel turn, he got hate. I feel like that was also the last time he got hate. At best, it's been a mixed reception since. At worst, Cody's in trouble. Blue says The Rock is a centerpiece about being there. The centerpiece really right now is Seth Rollins. The third man. Question comes down to what happens next. Cal says I think Cody gets boos. Steve Austin got boos. Bailey says more crash videos on YouTube. They'll be everywhere. Gold says The Rock is really going to ruin WWE, right? It added a bit more to the main event. We kind of desperately needed it. Face versus face was never going to work. Blue says Cena should have played this straight, acted like he was the same guy they always booed. And Crush says I think it'll be very split. I don't. Cal says, what would Rock and Cena have done if Cody said, let's be buddies? Probably been buddies. Probably would have just taken all the gold from everyone, gone after Jey Uso or something. All you got to do is look at the fans and call them fickle. Nick says, didn't The Rock also play a part in creative for Night 1 main event? Well, there's only one place I'm aware of that reported that, Nick. And it's right here. Very mixed reception. So I'm going to take this opportunity for my final goal of the night. I'm going to push a little bit. One super chat, £5 instead of 2, because it's the last one. That's some poor running. That is some poor running right there, right behind John Cena. So it's our final goal of the night. It is slightly higher than the rest. It is the second lowest option, £5. One donation, or a total amounting to £5. Either way, as soon as we get that one donation, however it may be, that's technically a goal achieved. John Cena walking down in the darkness. Just fade into black. It's very Tommaso Ciampa, except there's also music, and you didn't need the music. Gold says, I just wish he just let Triple H do his job. Triple H is a lot happier with creative this year than he was last year. Last year there were problems. This time The Rock pitched ideas early. He made it clear how he could help. And this is what they decided. They already knew they were going to do John Cena versus Cody Rhodes. The Rock then got involved to try and boost it. That's all it is. Cal says the slowest run in the background there. Blue says they're actually booing Cena. And give it time. And Cal says a true heel walking down instead of running. This entrance is taking 3 years. It won't be as long as the Roman entrance. Jess, thank you very kindly. That is a brilliant donation. $7.99 or $8, I should say. Thank you for your generosity, and thank you for the continued generosity. So many people have been incredibly generous over the last 2 days. It's been a very worthwhile endeavor. It is the most I've ever made in 2 days. I think completely. So huge thank you to all of you for continuing to support. Jess, thank you very kindly for that donation. And yeah, hopefully we're going into a big main event, all in a good spot, all ready to celebrate by the end of it. My prediction is still that it's going to be John Cena, but Night 2 has been a much better WrestleMania than Night 1. We've had a couple of shocks, a couple of surprises, and some great matches. But I do think even if this match is fantastic, we've still only got about a third great matches, just like last time. They could do better. C-Mac, thank you very kindly. A $5 donation on top of what Jess has given there. Another very, very generous donation. Thank you very kindly, C-Mac, as well. Please do remember to hit those thumbs up, guys. What is going on here? Thank you kindly for your continued generosity. This channel is run entirely on the generosity of others. First and foremost, whether you are watching ads, whether you are just boosting chat rate, whatever you're doing, I am very appreciative of it. The direct donations go straight back into the channel, into promotions, into events, and so on and so forth. So thank you very kindly for your continued generosity. Cody Rhodes an automatically opening helmet. It's very Streets of Rage. That's all I'm saying. Very Streets of Rage. Erin, thank you for this. Says Becky posted a photo. Her jacket says back in business. There is also merch of it. That's kind of what I was expecting, but I just wanted to be certain. Cal says overall a great 2 watch alongs for you, Tom. Thank you, Cal. They've been a lot of fun. We've had enough time for the TikTok side to go very well. We've had some decent viewership as well. Lots of likes. Incredible amount of both views, chat rate boosts, and of course donations. So yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. And I do think going forwards, we might use the goal prompts more often during spoiler warning, where we naturally have higher amounts of viewership, and see what happens there. I don't know. I'm just very happy overall. Also, I've got to say, I expected Cody's entrance to be a bit bigger. The man's a patron saint of pyro. Surely he can do more. You want to, Cal? All right, let's see what we got. It's still 3 in the morning, and I do have a child sleeping upstairs. Let's see what we got. What And that's all I can give you. No thank you, C-Mac. Cal says Cody's helmet is sick. Dom says still here. Didn't know what the hell is this. Jess says the juxtaposition of Cena coming down with a black, playing Tron slowly, and this is amazing. Coach says Iron Man skull helmet's awesome, but most of the special entrances this year have just been headwear. Guys, we have a Randy Rhodes sighting. You don't see them every day. Mama Rhodes is here. Maybe she's going to betray him. Yeah, I didn't want to mention that, Blue. I was just going to ignore it completely. Cal says it truly is good versus bad, isn't it? Seems so, yes. Jess also popping for Mama Rhodes. I'm glad they use the screens again. They can't just use them for Roman. The drones are starting to piss me off, though. Cal says if Cena wins and Rock is there, will Rock taunt Mama Rhodes? I'm kind of expecting Mama Rhodes to hit a low blow Paul Heyman style. Cal says I think we're getting revenge of the Sith moment tonight. The bad guys win tonight. Yeah, I would say so. I'm expecting maybe we see Seth Rollins interfere. John Cena wins, and then The Rock comes down to raise both of their arms. I don't really know how it's going to go. I just feel confident there's going to be carnage. Like, we could see Seth align formally tomorrow during Raw. We could see the same from Becky. There's a lot of moving parts. Hell, we could see Becky Lynch get involved in this match. Andrew says, Tom, awesome stream. Been lurking here from the beginning of the event. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate you for that. Enjoy the main event, my friend. You're my main source of news. Keep it up. I very much appreciate that. Joey says, do you think anyone helps Cody? It's hard to say. I do kind of feel like Cody might get speared by Roman. I think we could see Roman, we could see Punk, but we then wouldn't be able to see them coexist. This could be carnage, as I say. I don't know how it's going. It could be massively overbooked and end up with a full 3-on-3, and then Cody accidentally gets speared, and that's what costs the match. I don't know. I just know there's a lot going on, and I'm excited. Carl says, Kevin hates Cody. Now Sammy is missing. Seth hates Cody too. Cody has 0 friends. He had a lot. God knows he tried. He's still got Randy. I mean, Randy's just been beating up Joe Hendry, who has a lot of similarities to Cody. This is a hot crowd. John Cena still wrestling in jorts even as a heel. That is a commitment to the bit. That referee cannot see shit. Nick says, I reckon Seth comes down to even the numbers at some point, then attacks Cody, maybe after helping him. Bailey says, never trust Randy. Kieran's just enjoying the crowd. Someone else that just says, ugh, jorts. This feels like a main event of WrestleMania. They're going to take their time with this one. They're going to soak it up. And also John Cena's not got the stamina he used to. Jess says, Cody's low-key a bad friend. Remember last year when a bunch of wrestlers were in the ring to celebrate his win, including LA Knight? Yeah, just lets Jacob kill LA. Shake my head. Cal says, John Cena still has hair. So do I. But not really. Aaron says, putting Lyra in a very conflicted spot as tag partners with a heel Becky would be a very good story for Lyra, who hasn't got too much story recently. I agree. I think that's a great platform for her to stand on. C-Max says, I see The Rock coming down after the match too. His entrance is way too long for during it. Cal says, this reminds me of Hogan versus Rock. I can imagine it wrestling similarly as well. That was an awkward bump by Cena. Awkward. Eric says, I feel bad for the poor girl. That means Stone Cold literally ran her over. I can't argue with you. Couldn't tell you, Nick. I don't know enough about hair extensions as a concept. Maybe he went to Rhea Ripley's guy. My TikTok of Becky Lynch has 525.9 thousand views. It has 46.3 thousand likes, which accounts for half of my total likes. What a silly world we live in. What a silly world. Suddenly there's a goddamn party happening. Fans on their feet. They are behind this guy. But he's leaning on the ropes. He's just leaning on the ropes. Hiding in a corner. And keeping his distance. Bailey says, how long would they keep the belts on Lyra and Becky, who are the next main roster contenders? Hard to say. I don't think they'll keep the belts on them very long, because I do think we're going to end up with Becky taking the Intercontinental Championship and then working against Bailey. Could be, for example, they go to SummerSlam, but we'll see how it plays out. Cal just says, Cena and his thoughts. Cal says, Wade hates John Cena. Ross says, how is a guy who lost a WrestleMania to Austin Theory main eventing WrestleMania? He's just compelling. Nathan says hi. Welcome, Nathan. Jess says, thousands of people who spent thousands of dollars to watch some guys named John and Cody. Wrestling is so weird. Yeah. That's all wrestling is. Yesterday, they paid that much money to watch a guy called Seth and a guy called Chick Magnet Punk. They built the tables up again. Don't punch the table, it'll break. I remember Cena losing to Solo. He got his heat back. Solo still hasn't. He's not a big winner anymore. He's not Big Match John. Or is he? You know, we don't see a lot of John Cena stomping people. The fans are cheering it. This is awkward. Cody could be in serious trouble here. And I mean like long term. Nathan says, who will John put over for the title just like Angle put him over? Probably still Cody. I do reckon it goes back to Cody afterwards. Cal suggesting this is a Marine John Cena. Dark, broody, sometimes tired. C-Max says they fixed the announce table that Bron Breakker destroyed. I told you, they're all flat packs. IKEA furniture. It's like a pop-up tent. You open it and it just inflates. That's what they need to do. They need to get inflatable furniture. I know some guys. Calcina's hair reminds me of a loaf of bread. Nick says brawler versus wrestler. That typically has resulted in some of the best matches and the best feuds. Brawler, Steve Austin. Wrestler, Triple H. It's good stuff. Cena just taking his time, talking to his man, enjoying what he's doing. Very pale, except for the parts where he's very red. Bailey says they gave up on the referee cam they tried at Rumble and SummerSlam. Yeah, it was terrible. Nobody liked it. Including the referees and anyone else. Because in reality, as a referee, you're too close to the action. You can hear what they're saying and you need to be able to help them. Nathan says, who's the next big star of NXT? Obafemi is still going to be their guy. Cal says, did John Cena make Jorts cool? No, he's a heel. Heels aren't cool apart from the ones that are. Nick says, imagine a pop-up ring. To be fair, he'd get me wrestling in my backyard a bit more. Not a lot more, but a bit more. We have our first rest hold, I believe, of the night. Very true, C-Mac. Steve Austin again the brawler, but this time Bret Hart as a wrestler. Although I do think the blood is the reason they got inducted and not the whole Steve Austin running someone over. He didn't run someone over, he crashed. He got overexcited. It all happened faster than he expected. So far, I've got to say, Night 2 has been impressive. We started with a triple threat that was fantastic. We then moved to a street fight that was damn good. We then moved to a fatal four-way that was amazing. It has dropped off a little since then. The Becky return was okay. I'm happy to see her. I don't necessarily think there was enough behind it. The main event should deliver. I do think it's going to be overbooked as hell, but I also think that's how they make it deliver. There hasn't been much outside interference. There hasn't been any ref bumps. There hasn't been any DQ finishes. WrestleMania as a whole has been very clean. It's been a very clean hole. You should always clean your hole. I wandered off topic there. Nick says, I reckon the ref cam would also pick up blading and other kayfabe stuff, so it could only be useful for replays so they can check it, plus there wasn't any stabilization. Chris says, Mania shouldn't ever have DQ finishes, and I don't think we're going to see one here either. Cena controlling the match so far. A little slow motion. Cody usually likes a hotter tempo than this, but I don't think Cena would like to work that way. I think he's capable of working that way, certainly, but as a heel, you want to slow it down. Went to the well far too often there. I am expecting this match to last. It's all going to kick in the last 10 minutes as usual. Chris says Cena's quite the pale guy. He is. Don't see a lot of the outside. Cody's still checking his eyes. You're right, Cal. The crowd is pro Cena. I don't think they're necessarily anti-Cody yet. But they're definitely pro Cena, and if they're allowed to continue being pro Cena, that will result in being outright anti-Cody. This must feel somewhat familiar to Cena because this is what happened a long time ago with The Miz. The mixed tag match in which The Miz was suddenly the hero. And he wasn't supposed to be. Just as Cena is so obvious with calling spots, I kind of love that he's never even tried to hide it. As a heel, there's no reason to. A tornado DDT. Admittedly, Cody did all of the work, but it was still a tornado DDT. Nick says, the fact that this is just a normal match tells me any surprise will happen after the finish, otherwise it could be a DQ. To be blunt, last year's main event was also a normal match. And that had a lot of people getting involved. Cena playing with the ref, still going slow-mo. Potentially going for a signature. Ref bumps, Crush. We could also potentially have The Rock walk down and say this match is now no DQ. The story was supposed to be that The Rock was Vince McMahon? Ooh, Nick, you're correct. That is a fair correction. I forgot about that entirely. Because nobody knew what bloodline rules meant. It were dumb. But it allowed them to do what they were doing. Cena staring right into the hard cam there. He knows exactly what he's doing. Is he going to do his jack-off motion now? Solo has a beautiful singing voice, Crush. We all know that. We all know it. Honestly, it upsets me that we haven't heard it yet. He'd be over. He'd be over. That was a bit of a poor power slam. Cody's waking up. We're going to get high tempo again. It was nowhere near. Bailey says, how about the official gets knocked out and Seth appears with a ref shirt? Wouldn't be legally binding. Not for a championship change. Okay. They don't like Cody. They're kind of into it though. They're booing Cody, but they're cheering his offense. I don't think they understand what they want. The cutter was alright. There was a brief time when John Cena was doing a Cody cutter. Didn't call it that. Blue says unless The Rock signed off on Seth being the ref. A lot of it depends on if we actually see The Rock. Kieran says Rock and Hogan again. It definitely feels that way. Like The Rock is there. But if it's decided that the match doesn't need him and there needs to be focus elsewhere, then that's what we're going to see. Everyone kicks out of the AA. He's not going to do it. Everyone kicks out of the AA. I stand corrected. The only person who doesn't kick out of the AA is The Miz. I genuinely think it's in his contract. He's not allowed to kick out of an AA. He's the only person. Cena looking smug after the kick out. He's just so slow. I like everything he's doing. Blue says Cena did a springboard stunner. Oh, of course he did, yes. It wasn't a cutter, it was a stunner. Yeah, you're right. Crush also correct. Bailey says, what if Cena picked up the brass knuckles AJ Styles left in at the ramp, at the steps? There's some efforts being made to sort of sprinkle the area of weaponry. Chris says they showed Cena and Heyman next to each other on the Pat McAfee show ad. Almost feels like a wise man might be working for a lot of people at once. There is a Let's Go Cena chant. The fans have decided. Cal says, imagine there's zero interference and a clean win. Could happen. Stranger things have happened. Avalanche AA. Cody's going to kick out of this. You can't beat Superman. Chris says it's been in motion since WrestleMania 40, right? Yeah, pretty much. Technically around Money in the Bank time, rather than WrestleMania 40 itself. The original plan wasn't for John Cena, but when John Cena announced that he was ending it, they pivoted towards this. It took them a little while to finalise it. Cena going to the outside. Are we thinking leg drop? Blue's enjoying it. Cal says I wouldn't be shocked if Cody wins this. That's kind of the point. Making you believe. Sexy pin. Not sexy enough. We've been over this. It is slow, but we know it's going to pick up. They've got our goodwill. They've got our faith because they're that damn good. Cal says, we love a sexy pin. We do. It be sexy. John Cena, as we know, loves a false finish. There's going to be a lot of them. He's not big on counters. He's just big on kickouts. It's sort of his entire arsenal. He loves a lot of kickouts. So it tends to be big hit, pin, kick out, rest. Big hit, pin, kick out, rest. Big hit, pin, kick out, rest. Swap. It's always been the Cena formula. It's a swap. Big hit. Into the submission. Oh, okay. They're calling it the AA, but they're not calling it the STF. They're actually calling it the STFU. Does that mean it's not the AA, it's the FU? Because it's supposed to be... Michael Cole, you should know this thing before you say it. Cal says, absolutely wrong from Pat. They've hit their best finish. They haven't. Cody's not used the crossroads. Nick says, Cena doesn't take a cutter very well. I don't think he reads the moment too well. And Cal says, absolute finisher fest. I mean, you know how they like to do it. I still feel like we're early in the match as well. It's been going for a while, but I reckon we're only about halfway through. We haven't even got to the mess part yet. At the minute, we're still actually having a wrestling match. Well, yes, Nick, but the AA is the babyface version of the FU. Nathan says, John will win, but he'll lose to Seth down the line. I don't think he will. Guys, we've had a ref bump. Are we ready for the second half? I think we're about to have a visible pin. There's our visible pin. Do we just keep going with the match, or do we start having people involved? Is it too early for people? Talk of another official instead. Cena just doing some good old-fashioned cheating. The ref being out definitely puts us into the second half. Logically, if we're going to see someone, it needs to be The Rock first. Are we going to do a visible pin for Cena as well? The ref's getting up. Okay, so it'll be a false finish. The ref bump was just for another false finish. Do you remember what I said about John Cena loving the cover? He loves a big move and a false finish. Blue says Cena just doesn't move like he used to. I do think that's kind of intentional. Travis Scott? It is Travis Scott. This does give Cody an opportunity. And I forgot to consider Travis Scott. Because it's pretty obviously a 3-on-3, isn't it? Roman, Punk, Cody, Rock, Seth, Cena. Travis Scott weights it heavily in the other direction, meaning that Seth could potentially be the break clause. Or it's just a case of a massive beatdown now. Travis Scott's taken way too long. Cal says the ref has evaporated from one bump. The ref's up now. Nathan says, do you believe The Rock is in Hawaii? No, The Rock's there. I know The Rock's there. That doesn't mean he's going to come out to the ring, but he's there. Nick says, here we go. Jess is saying, oh no. Blue says, are you going to slap Cody again? Jess says, thanks, I hate it. Cal says, we're getting Cody killing Travis Scott. Nick says, Seth evens the numbers and then turns. Chris says, time for the receipt. Cal says, never seen Cena so happy. Jess says, Bailey couldn't be on the card, but this guy could. Funny company, man. Yeah. They're paying him a lot of money for it as well. A lot of money. Cal says, why is Cena so damn happy? Back up. The ref is in play, though. So he says, this guy's in the WrestleMania main event. So what's Cody going to do? The match is still ongoing. The ref is supposed to be kicking him out. Cal says maybe The Rock isn't coming out. Maybe he's not. There's every possibility that he's not. As I say, I know he's there. That doesn't mean he's coming out. You're going to pull him out of the ring? He's left his leg. Yep. He's just there to be a pain in the arse. Blue says the Seth finish is obvious. He's going to do what he did last year and claim it's best for the company he loves. You say it's obvious, but when I was saying it was going to happen, a lot of people were real confused by the concept. Cal says, here we go. We are entering the end game. It's going to be a mess. They're going to be bodies. Travis Scott showing off here. Cody going to kill you. Surely this is a case of a crossroads and a goodbye. He's going to throw a punch. Cody's going to turn into... Yep, crossroads. He's going to hit it. Good sell. Very good sell. Roll him out. Travis, you've got to roll, mate. You've got to roll. You've got to get out the ring. John Cena to take advantage. Cody says no. As I say, there are many ways this could go, but there's a restless crowd here. Something's happening. David says, does Triple H get involved for Cody? No. Triple H cannot get physically involved for anyone. His kryptonite is his genitals. What a surprise. So it won't be Seth getting involved if Cena can actually just win it. It won't be The Rock getting involved if Cena can actually just win it. It means that they could just take the championship and then tell the story later. I do think it's a false finish, though. It's not. Wow. So they've stalled the story. They've kept Cody strong, but it's been Travis Scott who got involved. It means we can still build up to The Rock being involved. Seth Rollins has his own story to tell as he gets towards it. That kind of sucked. I think maybe I built it up too much. And I think, Cal, you raise a good point. Maybe there isn't a third man. Maybe the heel turn was all there was. Or maybe not. Maybe Raw after Mania is going to be telling. But yeah, that kind of sucked. Sai gives the match a 2 out of 10. Main event of WrestleMania is a commercial tie-in. Michael Cole already acknowledged we'll hate it. The Travis Scott of it all brought it down for me. I also feel like the John Cena generation, his style involving a lot of false finishes and the like, it doesn't really fit modern wrestling. Tom says both championship switches matches with a head scratcher. Blue says Cody's definitely taking the title back. Yeah, I'm confident of that. Carl says no Rock is absolutely pointless. Yeah, pretty much. And I think that's it. They know that they've got a lack of availability, so they're dragging it out. Jordan says not sure about that ending. I just think they're dragging it out. Jess says first 3 matches banged and it slowly fell off a cliff after that. Bailey says it feels like it ended early. Cal says why have Rock turned Cena heel for what? So he can cheat to win. Blue says Cody actually loses at Mania, which is fun. His record, what, 2-2? Was an idiot. Reminds me of the kendo stick match between Bliss and Bailey. Like, you know what's going to happen. Very anticlimactic finish. Big heel moments for both main events. You got to be bold sometimes. You got to make the big choices. There's one I forgot, Blue. So John Cena now the record holder. Nick said Cooley breaks the record by cheating. Nice one. The match never got faster or more exciting. Only actual near falls from cheating. Pretty mid, actually. Yeah. Santo never said The Rock was going to show up. Said I expected him to show up. Said he was on site. Didn't say I was going to show up. But yeah, come in and put words in my mouth. Blue says tag match last year. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Nick gives it a 6 out of 10. Bailey says any unused Money in the Bank briefcases out there. Jess says a rare time when I actually wanted The Rock to show up and he didn't. Bailey gives it a 4 out of 10. Chris says Cena will be at Backlash. He will indeed. And Kel says that's the worst match over 2 nights. Gold says The Rock really is full of... That ending was so disappointing. Sai says I want to see how it plays out, but a WrestleMania main event isn't meant to build viewers for tomorrow's Raw. It kind of is, though. WrestleMania is a commercial. Ross says it must be Rock's movie commitments preventing involvement. Yeah, The Rock, unfortunately, when he has movie contracts, they do specify that he can't get physically involved in wrestling, which I think is the most likely scenario there. Blue says, quite rightly, Tom specifically said he was on site but didn't know if he'd come out. Be real. Some people just don't pay attention. C-Mac gives it a 6. Nathan said, is it done? Yeah. It's over. It's just over. Joey says, yikes, that was anticlimactic. Nick says, that's it. Joey says, I thought Seth was going to show up. Me too. I'd imagine there's still plenty more to the story. I'd imagine we're going to get to that point with Seth. But at the minute, I just feel like we've gotten an opening act and we just didn't go anywhere with it. Joe says, I thought the main event was okay. I wish The Rock would have showed up, but he probably had better things to do. Ed said, does this feud make Cody look kind of awful? Yeah. What I would say, and it's a bit of a weird thing to say, Cody looked like Bailey during the feud of Alexa Bliss. He wasn't willing to fight for it, so he got the crap kicked out of him. He never looked like a threat. He never looked like he was seen as equal. He doesn't even slightly look like The Rock's equal. It's all just kind of sad. Sorry guys, I realise that's a kind of a bummer to end the show on, but that is the end of the show. So with WrestleMania over, we will be live tomorrow for Spoiler Warning. We'll talk about all of this what the plan is as soon as I can find out more of it. I'm going to go from there. But WrestleMania 41 had some very good moments, very good matches, and some really confusing ones. Yeah, C-Max says, like you said before, Cena could have run the angle himself. The Rock was completely unnecessary by the end. Blue says, thank you for the weekend, Tom. Thank you. And thank you all for the company, for the pleasure, for the generosity. I'm going to wrap up, but it's been a great watch party, if not necessarily a stellar WrestleMania. Thank you very much, everyone. I've been Tom Colohue. You've been fantastic, and I'll see you all very soon.